Chapter 1, Suspicious Individuals, Kill Without Mercy. Hush. Don't make a sound. In the stillness of late night, shrouded in darkness, the Vaughn's eldest daughter, Catherine Vaughan, was abducted by a mysterious black-clad figure on her way to the privy. Catherine Vaughan, her trousers untied, grabbed the large hand clamped over her mouth. Don't move. The man's voice was low and cold, laced with impatience. Catherine Vaughan tried to resist, but the man suddenly swept an arm around her waist and, with a whoosh, they were on the roof. Catherine Vaughan struggled even more violently because her trousers had fallen to her ankles. I won't harm you, but if you keep moving, I'll make sure you never speak again. The man held her waist tightly with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Hearing his words, Catherine Vaughan was both angry and scared, but to save her life, she obeyed. You, over there. You, over there. Kill any suspicious individuals on sight. Yes, second miss. Just then, Catherine Vaughan saw Vivian Vaughan, torch in hand, leading a group of people searching the courtyard. Catherine Vaughan rejoiced, her younger sister was indeed the Vaughan's capable one. A few incantations and she could summon a small, powerful flying insect. At some point, the man had removed his hand from her mouth. He also saw Vivian Vaughan's group and pulled Catherine Vaughan down to crouch. But this only made Catherine Vaughan's exposed lower half more. Thankfully it was late at night, otherwise, her bare bottom would have been seen by everyone. Hey! Catherine Vaughan gritted her teeth, seething with hatred. If this were modern times, she would have shot him dead. The man turned around. His face was hidden by a mask, but his eyes were sharp. Hey, get your hand off me! Catherine Vaughan snarled at the man. The man suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I told you, don't make a sound. Catherine Vaughan froze, his low whisper sending a sudden heat through her. She tried to move away, to avoid his closeness, but as soon as she shifted her leg, the man covered her mouth again and pulled her back. The man gave her a cold look. Catherine Vaughan quickly lowered her eyes, pouting and turning away. Her damn leg was numb. Useless fools. You can't even find someone this big. Just then, Vivian Vaughan kicked the servant. Second miss, please spare me, that person's power is profound, so. The kicked servant fell to the ground, trembling and pleading. Profound power? Who would dare break into the Vaughans at night, and into my room no less? Vivian Vaughan frowned, her already dark and unattractive face now even more frightening. Shut up! Vivian Vaughan roared, swiftly lashing out with her whip, striking the servant across the face with a crack. Vivian Vaughan watched the servant writhe in pain on the ground and snorted, searched the entire Vaughan residence again. I don't believe she sprouted wings and flew away. Chapter 2, What a Vicious Woman. Yes, ma'am. Everyone had long feared Vivian Vaughan's ruthlessness, and upon hearing this command, no one dared to slack off. Catherine Vaughan, seeing the man engrossed in observing the courtyard situation, slowly straightened her legs and discreetly pulled up her pants with one hand. Don't move. Catherine Vaughan suppressed her urge to curse at the heavens. If you don't kill me, you must be a gentleman. Before Catherine Vaughan could finish speaking, a blue fireball hurtled towards them. Catherine Vaughan lost her footing and fell backward. Help! Daring to hide on the roof again. Vivian Vaughan leaped up, twisting her wrist and chanting an incantation. Several blue fireballs gradually materialized beside her. Fire! The man, gripping Catherine Vaughan's wrist with one hand, coldly watched Vivian Vaughan. Vivian, I'm here. Seeing Vivian Vaughan unleash her killer move, Catherine Vaughan couldn't help but cry out. Vivian Vaughn only let out a cold snort. Fire. Knowing Catherine Vaughn was there, she didn't retract her deadly attack but instead increased its force. Catherine Vaughn's eyes widened at the scene before her. She had truly underestimated her vicious, younger sister. Ah! Seeing the fireballs aggressively approaching, Catherine Vaughn hurriedly threw herself into the man's arms. Vivian Vaughn, if there's a next life, I will definitely take your life. Vivian Vaughn sneered at the person before her. Today was truly an auspicious day. Not only had she caught the petty thief, but she could also eliminate this thorn in her side. The man remained even more composed amidst the shifting emotions of the two Vaughn sisters. The fireballs arrived before them, but the man simply extended his hand and casually blocked them. The fireballs dissipated as if encountering water, the danger instantly neutralized. Who are you? Seeing the man effortlessly dispel her attack, Vivian Vaughn couldn't help but be astonished. You. Before Vivian Vaughn could say anything more, the man's right hand made a clenching and releasing motion. Countless daggers materialized, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent a volley of blades hurtling towards Vivian Vaughn. Golden Talon. Vivian Vaughn hastily retreated, shouting loudly. The man indifferently watched Vivian Vaughn struggling to defend herself. He grabbed Catherine Vaughn, pulled her in front of him, and with a single leap, vanished into the night. Underscore 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 underscore. Ah. What are you doing? The man glanced impatiently at the woman in his arms. She cried out whether in danger or not. With a leap and a landing, Catherine Vaughn's unfortunate trousers finally slipped down completely. Do you know how loud you are? In the blink of an eye, the man carried Catherine Vaughn to an inn. Upon entering the room, he released his hold. You. Catherine Vaughn was about to yell, but the man took out a fire starter and lit a candle. Ah! She instinctively turned to run outside, but the door had been closed. In her haste and panic, she slammed into it. With a loud bang and an oops, Catherine Vaughn fell to her knees. As the man turned, he saw a naked woman, clutching her forehead, kneeling on the ground. He narrowed his eyes, appraising her. Chapter 3. Does she have a habit of not wearing pants? Catherine Vaughn's luck had truly bottomed out. 6 months ago, she was a top-tier FBI special agent serving the nation of A in the modern era. An explosion during a mission caused her soul to transmigrate. Realizing her soul had entered a weak, constantly bullied pushover was infuriating enough. Yesterday, she'd been chastised by that younger sister, and today, this. She'd truly had enough. Facing. Does she have a habit of not wearing pants? The man sat upright in his chair, a teacup in one hand. If his mask were removed, he would undoubtedly appear composed and at ease. Her mind reeling, Catherine Vaughn instinctively pulled her outer garment over her exposed body. You bastards, wait until I have spiritual power. I'll torture you all to death. You pervert, if you're a gentleman, close your eyes. Catherine Vaughn gritted her teeth, suppressing her rage. Humph, the man set down his teacup and slowly approached her, crouching down. He lifted her chin with one hand, a hint of mockery in his gesture. A moment ago, you were scared like a little mouse, and now you're sharp-tongued. Looking into his eyes, Catherine Vaughn knew he was smiling, a wicked smile. Catherine Vaughn's face hardened as she shoved his hand away. Get away from me. Hey! What are you doing? Catherine Vaughn's eyes widened. You bastard, what are you trying to do? The man lifted her up with one hand. Where are you looking? Catherine Vaughn quickly covered herself, her face burning. Looking at what I want to see. He sneered, and with a flick of his wrist, tossed Catherine Vaughn onto the bed. Ouch! The impact made Catherine Vaughn feel like her bones were about to break. This truly was a barbaric society. Damn it, you're not done yet, are you? Catherine Vaughn snatched the quilt, covering herself completely as she sat up, glaring furiously at the man. This was happening again and again. If she hadn't witnessed people here killing others like crushing bugs, she would have fought back long ago. She had witnessed firsthand Golden Talon severely injuring her spirit beast, Caleb Foster, with a mere snap of his jaws. That's why she consoled herself, thinking it best to quietly endure and live day by day. But judging by today's events, they deliberately didn't want her to live in peace. Behave yourself and release me immediately. My father is Richard Vaughn. Alright, she admitted she had no real power, so she could only bluff. The man stood there, motionlessly watching her, but she could sense he was laughing, a contemptuous laugh. You, don't come any closer. Hey! The man didn't just come closer, he ripped off her outer garment and pressed himself down on her. Catherine Vaughn froze. This was bad. The man raised his hand and extinguished the lamp. The room plunged into darkness, and Catherine Vaughn's ragged breathing became even more pronounced. Despite the thick quilt between them, Catherine Vaughn could feel the heat radiating from the man. Do you have asthma? After a moment of silence, the man's voice drawled. What? Catherine Vaughn was utterly exasperated and wanted to curse him out, but she bit back her anger, fearing for her safety. You're heavy. Oh. The man responded with a sound of understanding. Catherine Vaughn waited for him to roll over, but after his initial response, he remained motionless. Catherine Vaughn's eyes widened. Was this bloke off his meds? Chapter 4, lifting the quilt, making a run for it. If he intended to harm her, it would be understandable. After all, Catherine Vaughn was a breathtaking beauty, capable of stirring the heart of any man. But now, separated by a quilt, he was lying on top of her, completely inert. Could it be, he kidnapped her just to be his mattress? The thought filled Catherine Vaughn with a sense of humiliation. Hey, hey. Genuinely uncomfortable from being crushed, Catherine Vaughn called out twice, but the man didn't budge. She gently pushed him to the side, seizing the opportunity to escape. Lift the quilt, run. Thump. But as soon as she made a move, the man yanked her back with such force that Catherine Vaughn tumbled onto him, their lips colliding. Was this some kind of sick joke? Did he think she was a monkey for his amusement? Catherine Vaughn rubbed her lip, pinned beneath the man. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. What do you want? Catherine Vaughn, seething with suppressed rage, had finally reached her limit. To encounter a mattress-loving man was truly an 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. I've been poisoned. I need a woman to cure me. The man's grip tightened, nearly making Catherine Vaughn regurgitate last night's dinner. Huh? Catherine Vaughn was stunned. Why did she have to open her mouth? Now she'd given him a justifiable reason to act like a beast. You're safe. With that, the man, without waiting for Catherine Vaughn's reaction, turned his head and promptly fell asleep. Catherine Vaughn, hearing his words, couldn't quite process what he meant. She stared, carefully chewing over every word he'd uttered. The man's words had a double meaning. He was poisoned and needed a woman to cure him, yet he hadn't touched her. Bloody hell. Catherine Vaughn, ever the optimist, mentally rephrased he hadn't touched her to she was lucky. What a relief, life was hard, and being a good-for-nothing like Catherine Vaughn made it even harder. She lived in constant fear, and now, kidnapped, she had to endure this verbal humiliation. With her uselessness, all she could do was etch their every transgression into her memory, waiting for the day of reckoning. After tossing and turning for half the night, Catherine Vaughn drifted off to sleep at some point. In the dead of night, the man awoke, consumed by burning desire. His hands clenched, his entire being burned, he needed a woman, desperately. Watching Catherine Vaughn sleep soundly, the man's throat bobbed, but he eventually closed his eyes. Every year, as late winter turned to early spring, his desires became difficult to control. Just as the man struggled to suppress his urges, Catherine Vaughn unconsciously slipped an arm around his waist, perhaps seeking warmth against the chill of the late night. One hand clutched his garment, her head nuzzling against his chest, the comforting warmth drawing a soft moan from Catherine Vaughn. Sweat trickled down the man's forehead, something within him threatening to break free. Catherine Vaughn stirred again, opportunely, within his embrace. Damn it! A surge of anger coursed through him, this woman was truly vexing. Desire shattered its cage, the man's violet eyes blazing. He ripped off his mask, fiercely pulling Catherine Vaughn into his arms. With a low growl, the man flipped Catherine Vaughn onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Hurts. Catherine Vaughn whimpered, delirious. Gazing at Catherine Vaughn's harmless sleeping face, the man's features tightened. The touch of her skin nearly undid him. Catherine Vaughn, lost in slumber, slowly opened her eyes, ####, Chapter 5, Bitten Lips, what are you doing? The room was too dark, she only sensed his absence from the bed. Relieving myself. His cold voice held a husky edge. Oh. He got out of bed, his steps hurried as he left the room. Catherine Vaughn turned over, pulling the covers close. The blanket's cold, she mumbled discontentedly. With him gone, a glacial chill settled over Catherine Vaughn, making her shiver. She clutched the blanket tighter, but the cold seeped into her bones, the thin covering useless against it. At first, Catherine Vaughn had only been half awake, but now the cold fully roused her. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Catherine Vaughn curled up, staring at the door, a mixture of coldness, anger, and resentment swirling within her. She'd never imagined that she, a top-tier special agent, would be reduced to this helpless state. She, who had always been arrogant and domineering, pointing a gun at others' heads, was now at the receiving end of occasional beatings, powerless to resist. Damn this transmigration. Click, the door opened, and he walked in. Catherine Vaughn let out an angry huff, cocooning herself in the blankets. If she couldn't sleep, neither would he. She was a firm believer in revenge. If she couldn't settle the score now, she'd keep track and wait for her chance. You're not sleeping. He approached the bed, his tone casual as he reached for the blanket. He didn't pull hard, but Catherine Vaughn gritted her teeth. And held on tight. It's the middle of the night, what's all the racket? His good mood had clearly been spoiled by her. Catherine Vaughn scoffed, ignoring him and tugging at the blanket herself. His face hardened. With a powerful yank, he ripped the blanket away. The sudden chill brought Catherine Vaughn to her senses. You bastard. Catherine Vaughn lifted her leg and kicked out without hesitation. Thwack. He caught her foot. Catherine Vaughn was stunned, her anger flaring. She hadn't even seen him, yet he'd managed to grab her foot with such precision. Let go of me. Let go. Catherine Vaughn struggled, but the difference in their strength was too great. His large hand enveloped her foot, the warmth of his palm a stark contrast to the chill of her skin. He thought Catherine Vaughn had discovered his earlier despicable act, so his tone softened. It's late, and it's cold. Get some rest. Huh. Catherine Vaughn was even more astonished. She'd expected to lose her life, but this man seemed to have a flicker of compassion. As the saying goes, quit while you're ahead. Catherine Vaughn immediately feigned obedience. Let go of my foot. I want to sleep. He grunted in response, releasing her foot and tucking the blanket around her. Then, fully clothed, he lay down on the edge of the bed. Catherine Vaughn naturally didn't dare provoke him further. Clutching the blanket, she chanted, "I am the queen," 200 times before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, when Catherine Vaughn awoke, she was alone in the bed. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and noticed a new set of women's clothes on the table. Muffled voices drifted in from outside the door. "Master, why is your lip split?" Hashtag Chapter 6, The Fiancé Arrives. "It's nothing. Master, last night you." "It's nothing. So, now we return." "Yes, sir." Catherine Vaughn frowned, straining to listen, but the voices were gone. She recognized the man from last night in the conversation. Seeing that she was unharmed, Catherine Vaughn smiled, satisfied that he'd kept his word. Vivian Vaughn definitely wouldn't let last night's incident slide. She had to get back quickly. "Huh? What's this?" Changing into the new clothes, Catherine Vaughn noticed a bruise on her ankle. Touching it gingerly, she winced. "Ouch, how did I do that?" Puzzled, Catherine Vaughn rubbed the bruise, easing the pain somewhat. Dismissing it, she washed her face, dressed, and quietly slipped away. Hurrying back to the Vaughns, Catherine Vaughn found Caleb Foster curled up by the front gate. "Caleb Foster, what are you doing out here in the cold?" Alarmed, Catherine Vaughn rushed over. Caleb Foster had been seriously injured by Vivian Vaughn's little insect a few days ago. He wasn't fully recovered yet, and here he was out in the cold. Was he trying to hasten his own demise? "Why are you only getting back now?" Catherine Vaughn embraced Caleb Foster, startled by his bone-chilling cold. "You silly fool, were you waiting outside all night?" "My spiritual power hasn't recovered yet, I couldn't sense where you were, and I was afraid something happened to you." Caleb Foster nestled in her arms, his voice weak. Catherine Vaughn pursed her lips, frowning. "Enough talk, let's go back." But just as they were about to leave, Vivian Vaughn appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. "Oh, my dear elder sister, which man did you sneak off with last night to only return now? Must have been a night of great pleasure, no?" Vivian Vaughn was lavishly made up, with no less than 2 pounds of white powder plastered on her face, barely concealing her dark, ugly features. Catherine Vaughn paused, masking her haste, and said softly, "My dear younger sister, I must thank you for your mercy last night. Your martial arts skills are formidable. That thief knew he was no match for you, so he didn't give me any trouble. I am naturally frail, and the night air was cold, so I couldn't return immediately." "Oh." Vivian Vaughn raised an eyebrow, her expression contemptuous. "Vivian Vaughn, Catherine's fiancé, is here at the estate today. Even if you want to bully someone, you should at least consider the timing." At this moment, Caleb Foster suddenly transformed into a handsome young man, shielding Catherine Vaughn. "Fiancé?" Catherine Vaughn tugged at Caleb Foster's sleeve, feigning ignorance. "It's Damien Royce, the second prince you haven't consummated your marriage with yet." Caleb Foster replied in a low voice. "Oh." A powerful fiancé, yet unaware of her appearance. Hearing this, Catherine Vaughn's spirits immediately lifted. What was the second prince? He was the most powerful person after the Royce monarch, and who was the Royce monarch? In other words, the emperor of the mortal sea kingdom. Even her father, Richard Vaughan, would consider it a blessing cultivated over several lifetimes to meet the Royce monarch in person. And she, Catherine Vaughan, was the future second princess. Would someone like Vivian Vaughn dare to touch her? So it's Master Royce who has arrived, then I must go and see. Younger sister, wait until I'm finished, and I'll talk to you later. Catherine Vaughan was overjoyed, it was finally her turn to turn the tables. Hashtag Chapter 7, Relying on you, you want to steal my man? Crack. As Catherine Vaughan took a step, Vivian Vaughan's whip cracked against the ground right at her feet. Startled, Caleb Foster quickly stepped forward, while Catherine Vaughan swiftly hid behind him. Vivian Vaughn, seeing Catherine Vaughn's frightened appearance, couldn't help but sneer. Hiding like a rat, yet daring to dream of becoming a princess. Catherine Vaughn, just you, wanting to marry the second prince? Vivian Vaughn lifted her chin, looking at Catherine Vaughan with disdain. Then she snapped her fingers, and a glowing golden silkworm appeared beside her. Before Catherine Vaughan could react, Caleb Foster lunged forward, his eyes fixed on the golden silkworm, the pain from its attack a few days prior still fresh in his mind. Vivian Vaughn sneered, this cowardly pair truly deserved each other. Sister, you're joking again. Second prince and I are betrothed, marrying him is only natural. Someone as outstanding as you will surely marry someone even better. Catherine Vaughan clutched Caleb Foster's sleeve, afraid he'd run, while forcing a smile at Vivian Vaughn. Sister, Vivian Vaughn sneered, there's no one better than the second prince. Catherine Vaughan flinched, staring in disbelief at Vivian Vaughn. Her audacity was astounding. How dare she speak so brazenly? Vivian Vaughn was plain, with dark skin, a wide mouth, a flat nose, and small eyes. Coupled with her cruel mouth, she looked like a yiksha. Yet, she possessed the second highest spiritual power among the Vaughns, commanding respect even from her 4 older brothers. One could only imagine the extent of her abilities. Her golden silkworm spirit guardian alone, summoned after Richard Vaughan personally journeyed to Mount Wuhua to plead for it, spoke volumes. A spirit guardian like the golden silkworm, though small, was formidable in battle. Caleb Foster was certainly no match for it. Sister, though we are not born of the same mother, we share the same blood. The second prince and I have been betrothed since childhood. How can you disregard all propriety and steal him from me? I am a born cripple, without spiritual power, and cannot compare to you in any way. For so many years, unloved by our father and uncherished by our mother, I have always yielded to you. Why must you do this now? Catherine Vaughan maintained a calm facade, but inside, rage seethed. She knew Vivian Vaughan's cruelty well. Fighting was futile, and escape, in the current situation, seemed impossible. Humph, Catherine Vaughan, I've never failed to get what I want. Vivian Vaughan's tone dripped with arrogance. And you should look in the mirror and see what you are. Years ago, you were beaten by my second brother and me to the point of begging. Now you dare accuse me of disregarding propriety? You truly are incorrigible. The wretch. Committing such a wicked deed, and she dared to bring it up again. If it were before, she would have slapped her. In the capital's parlance, who the hell do you think you are? Even daring to steal her own sister's man. Sister, ack. Catherine Vaughan was about to speak when a powerful palm strike slammed into them. Caleb Foster quickly shielded her, but the force sent them both flying. Ugh! Catherine Vaughan, attempting to rise, felt a sharp pain in her chest and coughed up blood. Chapter 8, Real Sister. Don't gild yourself. Catherine Vaughan, I'll kill you both today, how about that? Vivian Vaughan, her face contorted in malice, advanced on the fallen Catherine Vaughan. Caleb Foster abruptly stood, eyes wide, hands clasped together. His body levitated as he chanted, radiating a brilliant golden light. Release! Caleb Foster roared, thrusting out his palms. Countless golden, snake-like projectiles shot towards Vivian Vaughan. Unfazed, Vivian Vaughan took 2 steps back. Golden silkworm. She gestured, tracing a circle in the air, and at her command, golden silkworm, initially a small insect, transformed into a colossal golden silk moth. Ngao! Golden silkworm roared, countless golden needles vanishing into its maw. Catherine Vaughan recoiled, astonished, she'd never witnessed golden silkworm's terrifying power. Caleb Foster, no. Catherine Vaughan cried, but it was too late. Caleb Foster, gathering his spiritual energy for another attack, found himself pinned beneath golden silkworm before he could unleash it. No. Golden silkworm opened its jaws wide, poised to devour Caleb Foster. Catherine Vaughn, gritting her teeth against the pain in her chest, lunged forward, throwing herself between Caleb Foster and the monstrous insect. A sickening thud echoed as Catherine Vaughn's body slammed against something impossibly hard. She crumpled to the ground, the impact tearing through her insides. Humph! Vivian Vaughn sneered, approaching her. Catherine Vaughn, a worthless thing like you dares to compete with me? Catherine Vaughn lay prone, struggling to rise, but the slightest movement sent waves of agony through her body. Her hand clenched, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Vivian, you're my own sister, how could you, ack? Vivian Vaughn abruptly stomped on Catherine Vaughn's back. Ack. Own sister. Catherine Vaughn, you truly have a knack for gilding yourself. Vivian Vaughn scoffed, her contempt dripping from every word. She pressed down harder with her foot, eliciting another cry of pain from Catherine Vaughn. Humph! Vivian Vaughn reveled in Catherine Vaughn's misery. Just you, trying to compete with me, she hissed, leaning down to glare at Catherine Vaughn. You! Catherine Vaughn gritted her teeth, feeling her spine about to snap under the pressure. Gur! Gur! Caleb Foster, now in his beast form, roared furiously, but remained trapped beneath golden silkworm. Catherine Vaughn turned her head to look at Caleb Foster. Caleb Foster. I'm all right. She forced a smile. Gur, Gur. Caleb Foster, seemingly understanding her words, let out a mournful growl. Humph, Catherine Vaughn, see? Useless, and dragging others down with you. You dare to dream of the second prince? Vivian Vaughn suddenly stomped down hard again. Ack! Catherine Vaughn screamed. As Vivian Vaughn lifted her foot, Catherine Vaughn instinctively recoiled. Ugh! Blood sprayed from her mouth, the physical pain now eclipsed by the rage burning within her. Vivian Vaughn idly stroked her long hair, feigning indifference. Catherine, you'd best behave. If you provoke me further, I can't guarantee your worthless life. Hashtag Chapter 9, Poisoned, Disfigured, Vivian, the betrothal between me and the second prince is a royal decree. You think it's something you can just take if you want? Cheng. Oh. Are you threatening me now? Vivian Vaughn stepped closer, gripping Catherine's chin. My dear elder sister, do you think after last night's events, you're still worthy of the second prince? Catherine froze, staring blankly at Vivian Vaughn. The sinister smile on Vivian Vaughn's face sent a chill down Catherine's spine. What did Vivian mean by that? You. Slap. Vivian landed a slap, sending Catherine tumbling to the ground. My dear elder sister, you're truly irredeemably stupid, huh? Vivian gently stroked her slender fingers, observing Catherine's state with inner satisfaction. This clueless waste truly believed she could find a powerful backer. Snap. With a flick of Vivian's fingers, golden silkworm shrunk back to its miniature form beside her. No longer bound, Caleb Foster rushed to Catherine's side. Shifting into his beast form, Caleb Foster gently nuzzled Catherine's leg. Catherine, enduring the pain, said, I'm all right. Catherine, I'll give you one more chance. Catherine looked up at Vivian. Crack. A long whip materialized in Vivian's hand, lashing across Catherine's face with a sharp whistle. Ugh. A moan escaped her lips as a searing pain bloomed on her left cheek. Growl. Caleb Foster bared his fangs and snarled. Vivian, however, burst into laughter. Oh, dear sister, how careless of you. This whip of mine is laced with azure sap poison. Catherine's brows furrowed as blood began to trickle down from the whip wound on her face. Yunner, Catherine, what are you doing? At that moment, Richard's somewhat irate voice reached them. Catherine pressed her lips together, observing the triumphant smirk on Vivian's face. She knew something even more dreadful likely awaited her. "Father, why are you only here now?" Vivian immediately threw herself into Richard's arms. There, don't rush. Tell me what happened, slowly." Vivian feigned weakness, her eyes darting towards the space behind Richard. "Oh dear, second prince, why are you here? These are my unruly daughters. It's truly embarrassing for you to see this." Richard soothed Vivian, then hastily addressed the man behind him with an apologetic air. Damien's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he slowly approached the group. "Lord Vaughan, what is this?" Damien glanced at Vivian with a smile, then his gaze shifted to Catherine. Seeing her covered in blood, his brow furrowed. "This. Yunner, what happened here?" Richard asked urgently. Catherine coldly observed the scene. This was her dear father, witnessing her battered state, yet still maintaining the facade of a benevolent parent, comforting his venomous daughter in his arms. And her beloved fiancé, "Father, last night a man broke into the estate. I led people to search for him and found elder sister and him being intimate. I tried to stop them, but he tried to kill me. I was caught off guard, and he took elder sister away in the darkness." Vivian Vaughan lowered her voice, recounting the fabricated tale with convincing detail. Chapter 10, Framing, resolutely pushing her to the brink. What? Richard Vaughan's face immediately paled. "This is Catherine Vaughan." Damien Royce's face hardened, his eyes fixed on Catherine Vaughan with a fierce glare. "It was her. I waited at the door for you all night, elder sister, but only saw you return at dawn, and your hair was disheveled, your clothes were changed. I couldn't bear it, how could you be so wanton?" My hand momentarily lost control of its strength, using the whip. Vivian Vaughan said this, hurriedly hugging Richard Vaughan's arm. "Father, I didn't mean to hit elder sister, it's just that she has disgraced the Vaughans." "Catherine Vaughan, you dare to commit such a depraved act." Damien Royce came to the manor today, originally to discuss the marriage, but unexpectedly, your incompetent daughter committed this kind of lewd act. Catherine Vaughan clenched her fists, enduring the intense pain on her face. Vivian Vaughan was truly skilled, her talent for fabricating scandalous stories was indeed formidable. "Lord Vaughan, it turns out your daughter has no sense of shame. Before even entering our family, she has committed an act that disgraces the family honor. What use is there in keeping such a lascivious woman?" Damien Royce, upon hearing that he had been cuckolded, his face became even more unsightly, and his words became even colder and more heartless. Catherine Vaughan looked at the man standing not far away in astonishment. He hadn't even confirmed whether she had an affair with someone else, yet he was already so cold, wanting to drive her to her death. Could it be that he didn't care about their engagement at all? "Father, Second Royal Highness, I." "Silence!" Richard Vaughan roared, then a massive whip appeared in his hand, lashing fiercely towards Catherine Vaughan. Crack! 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 Several consecutive lashes, before Catherine Vaughan could react, she was knocked to the ground. Ugh! Blood welled up in her mouth again. Although Caleb Foster wholeheartedly protected her, he himself could barely protect himself, let alone protect her. "Catherine Vaughan, you are so shameless, you are simply not worthy of being one of the Vaughans." Richard Vaughan scolded loudly, the anger in his heart still not subsided, he continued to lash out with several heavy whips. Catherine Vaughan clutched her body in pain, writhing on the ground. Richard Vaughan channeled his inner energy, the whip lashing down relentlessly, each strike tearing her clothes, seeping into her flesh. Catherine Vaughan only felt an immense pain throughout her body. She gritted her teeth, cold sweat dripping down her forehead like beans. "Lord Vaughan, your young mistress has committed an act that has brought shame upon the Second Royal Highness, the engagement naturally cannot continue. However, this engagement was personally decreed by the Emperor, and now it is being annulled because the young mistress has committed a shameful act. I fear the Emperor will also impose punishment. The retainer behind Damien Royce spoke slowly. So. Richard Vaughan's face immediately changed upon hearing these words. He had originally intended to discipline Catherine Vaughan to appease the Second Royal Highness's anger, but unexpectedly, it was not enough. Second Royal Highness. Seeing this, Vivian Vaughan immediately knelt before Damien Royce. Second Royal Highness, Vivian is willing to marry you in elder sister's place. Oh. You. Damien Royce smirked. This second young mistress of the Vaughans, naturally gifted with astonishing spiritual power, although ugly in appearance, possessed formidable skills. If he married her, she could certainly lend him a hand. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Catherine Vaughan was originally a waste, but because of her beautiful appearance, he had agreed to marry her. But now that face was ruined, looking at it no longer held any interest. Replacing her with Vivian Vaughan is indeed a brilliant maneuver. What does the head of the Vaughan family propose? Damien Royce feigned contemplation, suppressing a smirk. ### Chapter 11, Do you want my life? His handsome face contorted into a grotesque sneer. This humble servant agrees wholeheartedly. Richard Vaughan promptly knelt. He thought he'd lost his chance to forge ties with the royal family, but who knew his Yunner could pull off such an audacious, yet delightful, feat? Damien Royce signaled to a retainer behind him, who immediately understood. He stepped forward. Head of the Vaughan family, the marriage between the second prince and your eldest daughter was decreed by the city lord, not to be altered lightly. However, the second prince, in his benevolence, wishes to spare the Vaughans, and thus reluctantly agrees to the second daughter taking her place. This matter must remain confidential. I understand, I understand. I understand, I understand. You understand. Then what about the eldest Vaughan daughter? The retainer glanced at Catherine Vaughan, sprawled on the ground. As long as this one cannot speak, everything will proceed smoothly. Hearing this, Vivian Vaughan's heart soared with delight. Catherine Vaughan, oh Catherine Vaughan, this time, even survival will be a struggle for you. Richard Vaughan looked at him, then surreptitiously glanced at Damien Royce, a cold smile playing on his lips. I know what to do. He stood, his face etched with murderous intent. Catherine, don't blame your father for his ruthlessness. You made the mistake, naturally, you must bear the consequences. Roar. Caleb Foster, seemingly sensing the danger, roared, shielding Catherine Vaughan. Catherine Vaughan gritted her teeth, her heart growing colder. This hypocritical display was truly disgusting. She pushed herself up, enduring the pain as she slowly rose. Her icy gaze swept over everyone as she spoke in a low voice, Father, do you want my life? Richard Vaughan's expression remained unchanged. Catherine, he paused, accept your death. With that, Richard Vaughan struck with lightning speed, a palm aimed directly at Catherine Vaughan's forehead. Catherine Vaughan closed her eyes. If there's a next life, I will make sure you all die a gruesome death. Boom. Whack. Two loud explosions echoed. Catherine Vaughan felt her body go limp before falling into someone's arms. Who are you? Richard Vaughan clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he roared the question. The others were stunned. The newcomer had not only intercepted Richard Vaughan's attack but had also sent him flying. The man, holding Catherine Vaughan's waist, looked down at the gasping figure in his arms, a chilling expression on his face. Matthew Sterling. Ah! Everyone gasped in terror. Men, where are my men? The first to react was Damien Royce's retainer, who pulled Damien Royce back hastily, shouting for his men. Richard Vaughan, regaining his senses, also hurriedly rallied his people. Meanwhile, Matthew Sterling calmly held Catherine Vaughan, his face cold as he watched the chaotic scene unfold before him. Sterling. City Lord, our mortal sea kingdom has never had any conflict with your violet gold citadel. Your sudden arrival in Mortal Sea Kingdom today, could it be that you intend to wage war? Damian Royce's retainer, struggling to maintain composure, spoke. Start a war. Humph, this gentleman is overly worried. Thomas Grayson, the attendant following Matthew Sterling, chuckled softly, clasped his hands, and said, "Today, our city lord came here merely to borrow something from Mr. Vaughn, the head of the Vaughn family. It just so happened that we encountered an injustice and lent a hand. How can this be considered starting a war? Oh, City Lord Sterling wants to borrow something. May I ask what it is?" Richard Vaughn hastily wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked respectfully. Chapter 12, Mockery. Don't be overconfident. Matthew Sterling didn't even glance at him, his gaze falling upon Vivian Vaughn in the distance. This woman, truly exceptionally vicious. Blue Essence Herb. Thomas Grayson stood upright beside Matthew Sterling, speaking concisely, his aura merging seamlessly with Matthew Sterling's. Standing side by side, they exuded an untouchable majesty. Blue Essence Herb. Richard Vaughn was stunned upon hearing this. Blue Essence Herb was both poisonous and precious, with Blackthorn Mountain yielding only a dozen or so plants each year, and acquiring them was no easy feat. Violet Gold Citadel was thousands of miles from Mortal Sea Kingdom. How did Matthew Sterling know his family possessed Blue Essence Herb? Richard Vaughn was deeply suspicious. Humph, so City Lord Sterling has come for the Blue Essence Herb. This is but a small matter, why create such a fuss? Vivian Vaughn, surmising that Matthew Sterling harbored no ill intentions, stepped forward and said with a smile. Oh. Does the second young mistress of the Vaughn family have it? Thomas Grayson inquired. I personally retrieved the Blue Essence Herb from Blackthorn Mountain. Of course, I have it. Vivian Vaughn spoke in a coquettish tone, making her voice sound sweet. She glanced at Matthew Sterling, the smile on her face deepening. Matthew Sterling coming to request Blue Essence Herb was precisely what she desired, wasn't it? Damian Royce's status was naturally noble, but even 10,000 years of cultivation couldn't compare to Matthew Sterling. Then may I ask, second young Mistress Vaughn, how many plants do you possess? Thomas Grayson asked with a hint of amusement. 2. Why only 2? I've tempered the Blue Essence Herb into my weaponry, ensuring its full utilization. Vivian Vaughn grew even more smug. Hearing this, Matthew Sterling looked down at Catherine Vaughn in his arms. At this moment, her face was covered in blood, her features obscured. Temper Blue Essence Herb into weaponry. So her face was also poisoned by Blue Essence Herb. Seeing Matthew Sterling's reaction, Vivian Vaughn felt even more delighted. Didn't this hussy, Catherine Vaughn, rely on her beautiful face? Let's see how smug she can be now. Would the second young Mistress Vaughn be willing to part with the 2 plants? Oh. If it's for City Lord Sterling, then naturally. However, I have one condition. Please release Catherine Vaughn. This is our family matter. Catherine Vaughn violated family rules and naturally must be punished accordingly. Vivian Vaughn raised an eyebrow as she spoke. Thomas Grayson's face revealed a troubled expression upon hearing this. Matthew Sterling raised his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Young Mistress Vaughn, you are truly confident, but perhaps overly so. Matthew Sterling said coldly, with merely 2 Blue Essence Herb plants, you dare to make demands of me? Are you tired of living, or are you tired of the Vaughn's peaceful days? Vivian Vaughn froze, her face instantly paling. A scornful smile played on Matthew Sterling's lips. Seeing this, Thomas Grayson's heart trembled. It seemed this clueless young mistress of the Vaughn family had provoked the city lord. Matthew Sterling, you are audacious. How dare you act so recklessly within my nation's borders? Damian Royce roared. He was, after all, the second royal prince of this nation. His relationship with Violet Gold Citadel had always been one of non-interference. Matthew Sterling's arrogance suggested he held no regard for him. Matthew Sterling narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Damien Royce. Ah! Damien Royce, startled, hastily retreated a step. Looking closely, he saw his retainer kneeling on the ground, his face contorted in pain. He looked at Matthew Sterling in terror. You, ####, Chapter 13, not giving birth, then what's the point of nourishing? Damien Royce, you can speak carelessly about food, but not about people. Thomas Grayson's face darkened as he shot him a contemptuous glance. Damien Royce trembled. He hadn't even seen it clearly before Matthew Sterling's subordinate struck. If Matthew Sterling himself had acted, the consequences would be unimaginable. City Lord Sterling. As Matthew Sterling was about to leave, Caleb Foster threw himself down before him, kneeling. I implore you, City Lord Sterling, to spare my master's life. In the future, I, Caleb Foster, will be your willing servant, repaying this kindness tenfold. Matthew Sterling glanced at the somewhat disheveled youth before him, said nothing, and strode away, carrying Catherine Vaughn. City Lord Sterling. Hey, lad, get up. The City Lord has agreed. Thomas Grayson clapped Caleb Foster on the shoulder and hurried after Matthew Sterling. Hearing this, Caleb Foster's eyes lit up. As if forgetting his injuries, he chased after them like the wind. Matthew Sterling and his entourage departed, leaving only the Vaughn family and Damien Royce standing dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over with shock and fear. Matthew Sterling of Violet Gold Citadel, with his immense spiritual power, commanded wind and rain. If he so desired, the entire eastern continent would bow before him. And today, he had suddenly appeared at the Vaughns, and this incident had occurred. Vivian Vaughn was the first to recover. Seeing Catherine Vaughn being rescued by him, a bitter resentment welled up inside her. That little slut, Catherine Vaughn, how could she be so fortunate to be saved by Matthew Sterling? Matthew Sterling brought Catherine Vaughn to a residence. Due to the severe injury on her face, she was cared for several days. The bleeding had stopped, but the deep scar made her appearance even more gruesome. Hey, Catherine, aren't you going to tend to it? What are you doing just standing here in the courtyard? Caleb Foster strolled over, one hand in his pocket, idly munching on sunflower seeds. Catherine Vaughn glanced at him. Not giving birth, so what's the point of nourishing it? Ha, but your pretty little face, shut up. One more word, and I'll ignore you completely. Catherine Vaughn was incredibly frustrated. The wound on her face, though no longer festering, showed no signs of improvement. If this continued, she would likely have to wear a veil for the rest of her life. I'm going to Blackthorn Mountain. What for? To find blue essence herb, to heal my face. Catherine Vaughn gritted her teeth. That damned Vivian Vaughn, she dared to lay a vicious hand on her own sister. If she hadn't been rescued that day, she would likely be 6 feet under by now. Miss Vaughn is also heading to Blackthorn Mountain. Just then, Thomas Grayson hurried over, followed by Matthew Sterling. Old sir, are you also going? Catherine Vaughn's initial anger dissipated upon seeing the newcomer. Indeed, my master and I are also on our way to Blackthorn Mountain. If Miss Vaughn is going as well, we can travel together. Thomas Grayson. Matthew Sterling approached, rebuking him. This old man was becoming increasingly presumptuous. Thomas Grayson, seeing Matthew Sterling's displeasure, scratched his head sheepishly and said, Miss Vaughn, this matter of going up the mountain, I can't decide. Miss Vaughn still needs to ask my master's opinion. Matthew Sterling shot Thomas Grayson a sideways glance, saying nothing. Oh. Catherine Vaughn's reply was listless, and she fell silent. Thomas Grayson was slightly taken aback. This young lady usually seemed quite sharp, so why was she so dazed now? He should press the invitation. Caleb Foster leisurely nibbled on sunflower seeds, his gaze fixed on Catherine Vaughn with amusement. What did he expect her to say? Chapter 14, Don't act like a creditor, I'll pay you. Although this man before her had saved her, she had already expressed her gratitude since the day she awoke. Not only did he refuse her thanks, but he also spoke coldly to her, as if she were a great burden. Fine, considering her current situation, she wouldn't quibble with him. But this was only the beginning. During her days here, she constantly felt oppressed. Every time he saw her, this man displayed an aloof and condescending demeanor. This fueled her silent resentment. Uncle Lee, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my room. With that, Catherine Vaughn turned to leave. Thomas Grayson was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. His master's moods had been increasingly erratic lately. This Miss Vaughn seemed quite gentle, although her face was currently injured, but in a critical moment, perhaps she could be useful. Why did his master seem to dislike her so? You've been recuperating here for a while now. The Vaughns don't keep freeloaders. Leave tomorrow. Catherine Vaughn had only taken 2 steps when she heard Matthew Sterling's dismissal. His words, coupled with the resentment she had been harboring for days, finally pushed Catherine Vaughn over the edge. You bring me here as you please, and dismiss me as you please. What do you take me, Catherine Vaughn, for? Catherine Vaughn's sudden outburst stunned everyone, even Matthew Sterling. Just because you saved me, you act like my creditor? If so, tell me, how much compensation do you want? I'll pay you. Catherine Vaughn's eyes, visible through her veil, blazed with fury. Caleb Foster coughed twice, intending to pull Catherine Vaughn back. Everyone knew she was no match for him. What did you say? Matthew Sterling narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you deaf? I'm giving you money. Catherine Vaughn yanked the jade pendant from her neck, flinging it at Matthew Sterling with a sharp smack. Look, this can buy your whole damn house. Matthew Sterling stared at the jade pendant in his hand, his face darkening. Thomas Grayson's legs trembled as he scurried to Matthew Sterling's side. Well now, look here, look here. Miss Vaughn. Miss Vaughn, such a joker. Thomas Grayson racked his brains to come up with that. If his master got angry, someone would die. Get out of my way. Matthew Sterling and Catherine Vaughn roared at Thomas Grayson simultaneously. Caleb Foster gawked, eyes wide and unblinking. Oh boy, this was about to get physical. Should he intervene? Intervening meant certain death. Say that again. Matthew Sterling glared at Catherine Vaughn, practically burning holes through her. Say what? Say you're a pathetic excuse for a man. Catherine Vaughn put her hands on her hips, ready for a brawl. She'd been bottling up her frustrations at the Vaughns for days and now they were exploding. You're the worst, most despicable man I've ever met. Chapter 15, Pervert, let me go. Thomas Grayson frantically waved his hands at Catherine Vaughn. The usually demure young mistress was surprisingly vicious. Matthew Sterling shoved Thomas Grayson aside and strode towards Catherine Vaughn. Catherine Vaughn was about to unleash more insults, but Matthew Sterling was already making his move. She stumbled back in fear. You, gentlemen use their words, not their fists. Have you ever met a gentleman as pathetic as me? You, Let go of me, let go. Matthew Sterling grabbed Catherine Vaughn by the collar, her short legs kicking wildly. This was utterly humiliating. Catherine Vaughn's face burned with rage. This man was an outrageous pervert. Whoa! Caleb Foster tossed his melon seed shells to the ground, unable to contain his excitement. City Lord Sterling was truly extraordinary, carrying Catherine Vaughn like a chicken. When would he be big and strong enough to carry Catherine Vaughn like that? Thomas Grayson's face changed the fastest, from liver-colored to a deep purple. Was his master trying to kill someone? This was too brutal. You bastard, let go, let go. Catherine Vaughn pounded on Matthew Sterling's chest, but he didn't react. Son of a bitch, how dare he bully her when she had no spiritual power? City Lord, Thomas Grayson started to intervene, but a single glare from Matthew Sterling shut him up. Didn't you want to repay me? I'll tell you the quickest way. Ignoring Catherine Vaughn's fury, Matthew Sterling carried her into the house. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm not for sale. Let go of me, put me down. Caleb Foster, help me. Matthew Sterling's look was one of pure hunger, yes, pure hunger. A man looking at a woman like that, if it ain't desire, then what is it? Caleb Foster, save me. Crash. The door was kicked open by Matthew Sterling. Caleb Foster flinched, spat out the sunflower seed in his mouth, and quietly walked over to Thomas Grayson. Hey, old man, do you know anyone named Caleb Foster? No, oh, I don't know either. Hey, you better let me go. Do you know how powerful my guardian beast is? It can eat you alive. Catherine Vaughn clutched Matthew Sterling's coat, her threatening expression quite convincing. Is that Caleb Foster? Matthew Sterling's voice held a hint of mischief. His expression infuriated Catherine Vaughn. Not only was she useless, but that damn Caleb Foster was also good for nothing. Did the heavens want her dead? She didn't die from being tortured at the Vaughns, and now she was about to be pinned down by an arrogant and cold man. Which god did Catherine Vaughn offend in her past life to live such a miserable life in this one? No. She absolutely couldn't let this situation continue. As the ancient said, indomitable spirit. How can a woman die in humiliation? Catherine Vaughn gritted her teeth and looked at Matthew Sterling with a cold gaze, that. Big brother, let's talk things over. Damn it. Matthew Sterling snorted, releasing his hand with a slap, and Catherine Vaughn fell back onto the chair. Catherine Vaughn rubbed her backside and groaned, Big brother, what do you want? Lifting her chin, Catherine Vaughn put on a serious expression, ready to address the issue. For people, especially young women like Catherine Vaughn, for the sake of survival, a little grievance is nothing. Hashtag Chapter 16, Forced Seduction. I'll play along. Matthew Sterling abruptly snatched Catherine Vaughn's veil, the sudden action causing her to instinctively cry out. Ah! She panicked, trying to grab her veil, but Matthew Sterling gripped her wrist tightly. You, she looked at him in astonishment, I won't offer myself to you. Hearing this, Matthew Sterling frowned slightly. I'm telling you, no matter how powerful you are, I will absolutely not submit. My body belongs only to me. If you want to take it by force, I won't let you have your way. Catherine Vaughn could be incredibly stubborn, incredibly foolish, and when ruthless, she dared to say and do anything. Smash! She shattered a teacup and then held a shard against her neck. Unless you want my corpse. Catherine Vaughn put on an air of noble sacrifice, no, not even my corpse. Matthew Sterling seemed to glance at her. He had been standing next to her, but after she finished speaking, he took a few steps back, immediately widening the distance between them. You think I'll fall for your forced seduction trick? Humph, you miscalculated. Catherine Vaughn interpreted Matthew Sterling's disdain as forced seduction. Honestly, I really want to ask, how did a young lady like you get into the Intelligence Bureau? Or does the Intelligence Bureau also need a foolish young lady to lighten the mood? Matthew Sterling's lips twitched, he raised a large hand and slapped Catherine Vaughn across the face. Ah! You sneak attacked me. Catherine Vaughn immediately clutched her face, blood seeping through her fingers. You bastard. My face. Catherine Vaughn raised her hand to strike Matthew Sterling, but he caught her wrist. His next action stunned Catherine Vaughn. Matthew Sterling held her wrist, bent down, and meticulously licked the blood from her fingertips and the spaces between them. Catherine Vaughn gaped at him, her face a mask of horror. You, vampire. Catherine Vaughn trembled, her eyes widening at the sight of blood on his lips, then fainted. Matthew Sterling quickly caught her, wiped his lips, and gently placed Catherine Vaughn on the bed. Old man, could your master have some kind of illness? Caleb Foster and Thomas Grayson, eavesdropping at the base of the wall, whispered, treating our young miss like that, I'd be remiss if I didn't intervene. Thomas Grayson shushed him. Lad, see much, say little. Our master is fine. Bleeding, fainting, and you say nothing's wrong. Caleb Foster, though speaking a bit louder, continued to crack sunflower seeds, his voice full of amusement. Oh, don't say that, I'm hoping something happens. Thomas Grayson's tone was laced with discontent. Oh, I'm hoping something happens. TSK, your old man is truly indecent. Hoping something happens. Our young miss is bruised and battered, and you're still hoping something happens. Do you think our young miss is blind? Caleb Foster chuckled, nudging Thomas Grayson. Hey, you don't understand. If our master's illness flares up, he can't control himself. Illness? What illness? You ask too many questions, lad. Go check on your young miss. Hashtag chapter 17, pretending to be the nephew the next day, just as dawn broke, Caleb Foster snuck a bowl of sweet osmanthus jelly from the kitchen, intending to use it to apologize to Catherine Vaughn, seemingly aware that his behavior yesterday was indeed inappropriate. But after calling out to her several times, he received no response. Strange, why is she sleeping so soundly today? Caleb Foster muttered, setting down the bowl of sweet osmanthus jelly and entering the inner room. But upon seeing the scene before him, he froze. Catherine Vaughn was nowhere to be seen, the bed was neatly made. He quickly touched the bed, it was cold, indicating that Catherine Vaughn had left some time ago. Honestly, never a moment's peace. Caleb Foster strode out of the room, just as a young servant approached. Please wait, mister. What is it? Steward Lee instructed me to inform you that Miss Vaughn has gone with our master to Blackthorn Mountain. Please rest assured, mister. Yes, I understand. Caleb Foster scratched his head. With Catherine Vaughn accompanying Matthew Sterling and that old man Thomas Grayson, he could finally relax in bed and crack sunflower seeds. Indeed, Catherine Vaughn had gone with Matthew Sterling to Blackthorn Mountain. Initially intending to ride horseback, Thomas Grayson, under Matthew Sterling's warning gaze, solicitously arranged a carriage for Catherine Vaughn, his face betraying no hint of exertion. During the journey, Catherine Vaughn and Thomas Grayson engaged in lively conversation, creating a cheerful atmosphere. However, occasional glances at Matthew Sterling's aloof and cold countenance stirred discomfort within Catherine Vaughn. If it weren't for her need for a companion to ascend Blackthorn Mountain and retrieve the blue essence herb to heal her face, why would she endure this charade of docility? Thomas Grayson, initially aiming to lighten the mood, sought conversation topics with Catherine Vaughn. Yet, observing his master's progressively darkening expression, he forced a chuckle and exited the carriage, assuming the role of coachman. With only Catherine Vaughn and Matthew Sterling remaining in the carriage, an awkward silence descended. Ahem, sir, that is. I still don't know your name, so. Catherine Vaughn cautiously inquired, subtly observing his expression. Matthew Sterling, however, paid her no mind, not even sparing her a glance. He drew back the carriage curtain and occupied the coachman's seat. Matthew Sterling's action immediately flustered Catherine Vaughn. What was his intention? Yesterday, Matthew Sterling had unceremoniously slapped her and drunk her blood. Now, he treated her like a plague, keeping his distance. She had done nothing wrong, only shown enthusiasm. Miss Vaughn, we've arrived. Please alight. Catherine Vaughn hopped off the carriage, her eyes flitting disapprovingly between the two men before settling on Matthew Sterling with a disgruntled huff. What was so impressive? He was a man behaving pettily, ignoring her. Why should she be angry? Despite her inner thoughts, Catherine Vaughan was genuinely irritated by Matthew Sterling. Ignoring even Thomas Grayson, she ascended the mountain with a frigid expression. Passing Matthew Sterling, she bumped hard against him, whether intentionally or not. Matthew Sterling raised an eyebrow but disregarded her. Thus, the three continued their ascent, one after the other, in silence, for the remainder of the midday. As time wore on, Catherine Vaughan's stamina began to wane. Her pace slowed, and she, initially leading, now trailed alongside Matthew Sterling. Glancing around, she saw towering trees on all sides, interspersed with occasional small flowers. Based on the distance covered, they had likely reached the slopes of Blackthorn Mountain, with a considerable distance remaining to the summit. #### Chapter 18, Disgust and Scorn. Catherine Vaughan's breath grew ragged, though she restrained herself due to the man beside her. Seeing the long road ahead and feeling her exhaustion, as she stepped over a large fallen tree trunk, she impulsively grasped Matthew Sterling's sleeve. "Hey!" Startled by the tug on his sleeve, Matthew Sterling turned, his handsome face etched with aloofness and disgust. Seeing Matthew Sterling's expression, Catherine Vaughan sheepishly withdrew her hand. Would you like some cake?" "I have some." Fearing the man's displeasure and a potential beating, Catherine Vaughan hastily attempted to appease him. Matthew Sterling stared at her as if she were a monster, then withdrew his hand. I still have water. I also have sesame cakes and sweet dumplings." Catherine Vaughan hastily added, seeing Matthew Sterling's impending refusal. Inwardly, she cursed, "You bastard, if I weren't so physically weak right now, would I need to resort to this to keep you around?" Matthew Sterling looked at her, his gaze calm. This time, he wasn't cold towards her, nor did he turn to leave. Catherine Vaughan gave a strained smile, reluctantly untying the bundle at her waist. Holding the bundle, she started to open it, then looked up at Matthew Sterling. Seeing him watching her, she quickly took out the sesame cakes and sweet dumplings. Here, one of each for you. I'll eat the rest." Catherine Vaughan clutched the bundle protectively, its contents concealed. She seemed hesitant as she offered the sesame cakes and sweet dumplings. "Oh, Miss Vaughan, you brought rations?" "You see, I wasn't hungry, but now that I see your food, I'm suddenly famished." Thomas Grayson approached, his face practically screaming, "I'm hungry," at the sight of the shared food. Catherine Vaughan pursed her lips, a wave of resentment washing over her. "All right." Catherine Vaughan gave what she had intended for Matthew Sterling to Thomas Grayson. These are good." Thomas Grayson happily accepted the sesame cakes and sweet dumplings without hesitation, finding a spot to sit and eat. Catherine Vaughan touched her bundle, glancing furtively at Matthew Sterling. "I have one sesame cake left. Could I share half with you?" Matthew Sterling stood silently, watching her. Catherine Vaughan felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, he took the sesame cake. Before Catherine Vaughan could express her surprise, he ate it. Damn it! Sesame cake. Left with no other choice, Catherine Vaughan resigned herself to sitting with Thomas Grayson, nibbling on the sweet dumpling in her hand. After they finished eating, they continued their journey. Both Matthew Sterling and Thomas Grayson, possessing spiritual power, moved much faster than Catherine Vaughan, quickly leaving her far behind. Catherine Vaughan inwardly groaned. She had given them food and put on a docile act, yet these two men showed no chivalry whatsoever. Ouch! Catherine Vaughan suddenly cried out. "Miss Vaughan, what's wrong?" My foot. I've twisted it. It hurts so much." Catherine Vaughan collapsed to the ground, dramatically clutching her foot. Matthew Sterling didn't even seem inclined to stop. If Thomas Grayson hadn't called out to him, he would have disappeared. I want to go up the mountain." Seeing that her ploy had worked, Catherine Vaughn put on a convincing display of distress. Chapter 19, Pain. So unpleasant. Thomas Grayson looked troubled, while Matthew Sterling remained impassive, his face devoid of emotion. "Well, young master, carry Miss Vaughn for a bit." Thomas Grayson spoke as if mustering all his courage. His words immediately earned him a sharp glance from Matthew Sterling. "Ahem, after all, we did eat her sesame cakes." Matthew Sterling gazed intently at Thomas Grayson, saying nothing. Instead, he walked directly to Catherine Vaughn, scooped her up in one arm amidst her startled cry, and held her close. I. Matthew Sterling gave her a cold glance, and Catherine Vaughn obediently closed her mouth. Outwardly, she appeared indignant, but inwardly, she chuckled. After a while, Catherine Vaughn studied the man, strong jawline, thin pressed lips, straight nose, and captivating violet eyes. His appearance was so beautiful it seemed unreal. "That flower is so pretty," Catherine Vaughn exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent, reaching out to pluck it. "Don't touch it." But Matthew Sterling's warning came too late. Catherine Vaughn had already picked the flower. "Ah! What's this?" The flower vanished into thin air, disappearing from her hand. Catherine Vaughn turned her hand over and over. Where did it go? Her eyes met the man's violet gaze, and she saw his expression darken considerably. "Master, what's wrong?" Thomas Grayson returned. "Nothing, just a disappearing flower." Catherine Vaughn giggled, seemingly oblivious to the danger. "What?" Thomas Grayson jumped, looking at Matthew Sterling in alarm. Matthew Sterling's expression was cryptic. "Master, you've eaten the young mistress's sesame cakes." For some reason, Thomas Grayson added, "And you also saved the young mistress before." Matthew Sterling shot Thomas Grayson a frigid look, and Thomas Grayson quickly lowered his head. Catherine Vaughn was a bit confused. Did something happen? Then. "Master, I'll scout ahead." Thomas Grayson gave a forced smile and, without waiting for Matthew Sterling's reply, darted away. Catherine Vaughn frowned slightly. "What's wrong with Mr. Lee?" Matthew Sterling ignored her. He stopped walking, found a level spot, and set Catherine Vaughn down. He reached out and removed her veil. "What are you doing?" Catherine Vaughn hadn't expected this and quickly tried to stop him, but Matthew Sterling's hand was faster. Matthew Sterling looked at the newly scabbed scar on her face, his eyes narrowing, but he said nothing. Catherine Vaughn clutched his sleeve. "You." She thought Matthew Sterling was going to leave her behind. "That flower is called the thirst flower." This time, Matthew Sterling didn't push her hand away. Instead, he spoke to her seriously. "Oh, a thirst flower? This." Catherine Vaughn was about to complain when her throat suddenly constricted, as if something was choking her. "Ugh." Catherine Vaughn clutched her throat, her mouth open, eyes wide with pain. "I feel so awful." Catherine Vaughn's face paled, her lips losing their rosy hue and becoming dry. She felt her breathing becoming increasingly labored, and her throat parched. Matthew Sterling lifted her chin, leaned down, and pressed his lips to Chapter 20, Poisoned, Why Are You Kissing Me? As his lips touched hers, Catherine Vaughn, who was dying, suddenly revived. His lips were cool. Catherine Vaughn gazed dreamily into his eyes, cold yet tinged with impatience. It was just a soft kiss, a fleeting touch of lips against lips, yet it was enough to stain Catherine Vaughn's cheeks a suspicious shade of crimson. He stood, glancing around with a touch of awkwardness. Catherine Vaughn watched him, bewildered. Matthew Sterling then raised a hand, slowly wiping his lips. Boom! At his action, Catherine Vaughan's confusion and shyness vanished in an instant. This wretched man, wiping his mouth so meticulously, did he truly find her that repulsive? "You bastard! You best keep quiet," Matthew Sterling said calmly, smoothing down his sleeve. Catherine Vaughan glared at him, cheeks puffed with indignation, even her small chest heaving. "The more you talk, the faster the poison spreads," he added coldly, turning Catherine Vaughan's face a ghastly shade of purple. "Fine, don't let her talk." Catherine Vaughan shot him a look, about to stand when her legs gave way. "Ah!" Matthew Sterling reached out, catching her. "Behave yourself." Cough, cough. His grip was a bit tight, making her uncomfortable. Unable to speak, Catherine Vaughan could only struggle. "Don't move." Catherine Vaughan nodded quickly. She was being very good, truly. Seeing Catherine Vaughan's cooperation, Matthew Sterling said nothing more. One hand cupped the back of her neck as his thin lips pressed against hers once more. Looking at Catherine Vaughan's innocent appearance, his mood brightened considerably. "Catherine Vaughan." He suddenly spoke her name, leaving her puzzled. "Matthew Sterling, my name," the man said, reaching out to wipe her lips with his thumb, then his own. "Why do you keep wiping your lips? Do you think I'm dirty? If so, then don't kiss me again." This time, Catherine Vaughan truly couldn't hold back. He was going too far. Kissing her then wiping his lips, as if she enjoyed being kissed so much. If it weren't for the pleasant sensation that followed his kisses, she would have refused him long ago. "Catherine Vaughan, do you know that even residual saliva can transmit poison? If I don't wipe it away, do you want us both to be poisoned?" Matthew Sterling looked at her, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "I'm already poisoned. Why did you still kiss me? Aren't you afraid of getting infected?" "Not kiss you? Fine. Wouldn't dream of it." With that, Matthew Sterling, as if sulking, ignored her, scooped her up into his arms, and strode up the mountain. Chapter 21, She Truly Is Poison. Catherine Vaughan fumed inwardly. This arrogant man. If he weren't carrying her, if they weren't in this predicament, she swore she would never give him the time of day. After walking a while further, Catherine Vaughan felt a strange, burning heat coursing through her, like a feverish sweat. Touching her forehead, she found it drenched in perspiration. "Are you hot?" Catherine Vaughan tugged at Matthew Sterling's shirt, asking. Matthew Sterling looked at her. Her face was as pale as a sheet, her lips bloodless. It seemed the poison of the Hoa Cow Tui had deepened its hold. Whether he would answer or not, Catherine Vaughan didn't know anymore. She opened her mouth, swallowed a few times, the dryness making her think that if she spoke one more word, her throat would shatter. Her head was getting dizzier and dizzier. What was happening to her? "Matthew Sterling, I feel unwell." After that, Catherine Vaughan's entire body went limp and fell into his arms, her breath as fragile as a silk thread. Matthew Sterling frowned, held her a little higher, adjusted her head, then lowered his own and captured her lips. Indeed, he was nibbling, and soon, a small tear appeared on Catherine Vaughan's lip, crimson blood slowly seeping out. He pried open her teeth, his nimble tongue exploring inside, entwining with hers. Catherine Vaughan closed her eyes tightly, moaning softly. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around his neck, as if by instinct, her fragrant tongue dancing enthusiastically with his. The discomfort from the heat and thirst gradually subsided. Matthew Sterling, you truly are poison. Catherine Vaughan tilted her head slightly, giving her lips a rest, and uttered such a sentence. "What?" Catherine Vaughan smiled at him, her lips stained red with blood, looking utterly enchanting at this moment. She didn't answer him, but tightened her grip, pulled his head down, and lifted her own, biting his lip. "A courtesy for a courtesy, it's only fair." A provocative smile appeared on Catherine Vaughan's lips. Matthew Sterling narrowed his eyes slightly. "You've got guts." "Of course I do, otherwise how could I have met you twice, oh masked knight?" "Oh. How did you recognize me?" This Catherine Vaughan, although lacking spiritual power, possessed a sharp mind and wasn't entirely detestable. "There's a small mark on the corner of your lip. I think it must have been from that night, when I fell against you, and my teeth bit you." "Just because of that?" "Of course not just that." Catherine Vaughan continued, "Masked knight, the masculine scent on you is very distinctive." Matthew Sterling looked at her unrestrained laughter, a flicker of annoyance rising within him. Her smile clearly carried a hint of disdain. "Catherine Vaughan, the poison of the cow Tui Hoa needs to be enveloped by the saliva of the other party for an extended period to be suppressed and neutralized." Matthew Sterling's voice was cold, carrying a hint of threat. He, then I'll stick to you." Catherine Vaughan clung tightly to him, her demeanor truly possessing the air of someone who would only acknowledge him for life. This damned scoundrel, because of him, she was almost beaten to death by the Vaughans, and now she had been afflicted with this damned cow Tui Hoa poison. Not clinging to him would be unforgivable. This person, although a scoundrel, didn't seem to have any intention of harming her, so she would settle both new and old scores. Anyone who dared to provoke Catherine Vaughan had to be prepared for 100-fold revenge. "Behave yourself." "Oh. Matthew Sterling, I feel unwell again," Catherine Vaughan grimaced, putting on a very convincing display of pain. Matthew Sterling's eyes now seemed to shoot out icy daggers. He lowered his head, quickly placing a kiss on her lips. Catherine Vaughan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." This man, outwardly cold, indifferent, and unapproachable, now seemed a bit naive. "Shut up." Matthew Sterling's hair stood on end, irritated by Catherine Vaughan's teasing. Her unpredictable mood swings were difficult to adapt to. Catherine Vaughan giggled at him, feigning obedience and silence. Matthew Sterling, wanting to waste no more time, scooped her up and strode quickly towards the mountain. His only thought was to find the antidote, detoxify her, and end their forced proximity. His pace was swift, shielding her face from the whipping branches. Catherine Vaughan rejoiced. This Matthew Sterling, though a stranger, was 1,000 times better than the Vaughans. Despite his haste, Matthew Sterling, due to Catherine Vaughan's poisoning, had to pause periodically, to give her sips of his saliva. A long kiss ended, and Catherine Vaughan let out a satisfied moan. She glanced at Matthew Sterling, a sudden surge of fear mixed with joy rising within her. Since her transmigration, she had lost control of her destiny. Meeting Matthew Sterling brought a spark of happiness to her dreary existence. "Matthew Sterling, are you married?" Matthew Sterling stopped, looking at her with a complex expression, cold yet tinged with suspicion. His aloofness made Catherine Vaughan feel a sudden shyness. This man, though easy on the eyes, was best kept at a distance. Just kidding." Catherine Vaughan lightly scratched her cheek. "Cover your face." Catherine Vaughan obediently buried her face against his chest. At that moment, a fierce wind erupted in the previously tranquil mountain. Matthew Sterling frowned, tightening his hold on Catherine Vaughan and quickly retreating 2 steps. "What's happening?" Catherine Vaughan, sensing something amiss, hugged him back and asked. "Don't speak." Matthew Sterling instructed in a low voice. "Oh, Sterling City Lord, gracing my Blackthorn Mountain with your presence. What a delightful surprise." Catherine Vaughan's head swam, and a man with disheveled hair, clad in black, appeared before them. He was followed by a group similarly dressed, but this man's face was particularly grim, crisscrossed with scars that spread from the corners of his eyes, a terrifying sight. Matthew Sterling clenched his jaw, coldly regarding the man before him, offering no reply. Well. Let's see. Why has the city lord brought a beauty along? Perhaps as an offering to me? Ethan Blackthorne, you've grown tired of living. Ha! Ethan Blackthorne, upon hearing Matthew Sterling's words, erupted in arrogant laughter. Matthew Sterling, you rule Violet Gold Citadel, but here, this is Blackthorne Mountain, my territory. You dare trespass today, and you'll never leave. Ethan Blackthorne's words grew increasingly venomous, his sinister laughter sending shivers down Catherine Vaughan's spine. I feel unwell. Catherine Vaughan tugged at him. Matthew Sterling didn't reply, only lifting her chin and kissing her. Whether it was the poison deepening or something else, this time Catherine Vaughan's kiss grew increasingly intense, as if insatiable. Not only did she begin to actively respond to the kiss, sucking the saliva from his mouth, but her hands also started to roam restlessly over his body. Matthew Sterling frowned slightly, glancing at Ethan Blackthorne's smug smile. He immediately understood what had happened. Be good, we'll continue when we get back. Matthew Sterling placed one last deep kiss on her lips before releasing her. By now, Catherine Vaughan had completely lost consciousness, her vacant eyes resting against his chest. Chapter 22, Spare me. Don't force my hand. To think City Lord Sterling would also be moved by mortal desires, what a pity for this talented couple. As Ethan Blackthorne finished speaking, his body leaped upwards, the people behind him transforming into demons. They roared towards Matthew Sterling and Catherine Vaughan. Matthew Sterling, holding Catherine Vaughan, slowly retreated. The demons before him were stirring, preparing to attack. I want more. Catherine Vaughan dreamily reached her hand around his neck, her small body straining to find his lips. Be obedient. Matthew Sterling patiently took her hand. Catherine Vaughan truly was his tribulation. Ethan Blackthorne, standing above, gave a command, and the demons roared, charging with all their might. Matthew Sterling gave a cold laugh, holding Catherine Vaughan close. He waited until the demons were near before leaping up. Golden light immediately flashed, and the demons cried out in pain. Ah! Ethan Blackthorne stared in astonishment at the trapped lesser demons, his heart jolting. He hadn't realized when Matthew Sterling had laid the trap right before his eyes. Matthew Sterling, you're quite impressive. After all these years, your power has greatly increased. Ethan Blackthorne, suppressing his anger, slowly spoke. Matthew Sterling, now in a safe place, lazily replied, Ethan Blackthorne, I spared you once before, don't force my hand today. Humph, you spared me? Ethan Blackthorne sneered. If you truly spared me, why trap me on this Blackthorne Mountain? I'm grateful you didn't kill me, but the humiliation you inflicted upon me years ago, I will definitely repay. Ethan Blackthorne was now somewhat deranged. In his life, he hadn't had many opponents who could defeat him, yet years ago, he had lost to Matthew Sterling. Not only did he lose, but he was also permanently confined to Blackthorne Mountain. How could he not avenge such a great humiliation? Do you think you can? Matthew Sterling naturally didn't want to pay attention to such a defeated foe. I can't harm you, but that woman, she's been afflicted with the lust blossom poison. From now on, you two can slowly enjoy yourselves. Ha 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 ha, Ethan Blackthorne laughed maniacally and left. Matthew Sterling's face darkened as he looked at Catherine Vaughan in his arms. Cow Tui Hoa combined with the lust blossom poison, this woman was truly troublesome. Young master, what happened? Just then, Thomas Grayson hurriedly ran down from the mountain. Quickly find a cave and gather more dry firewood. We'll rest here tonight. Matthew Sterling, without another word, gently placed the unconscious Catherine Vaughan on the ground. Master, Matthew Sterling raised a hand to stop Thomas Grayson, I know what I'm doing. Thomas Grayson hesitated for a moment, then replied, yes. I'll go find a cave right away. With that, he vanished. Matthew Sterling gazed at Catherine Vaughan for a moment before picking her up again. Catherine Vaughan was unconscious, her only movement a slight furrow of her brows. As she was held, Catherine Vaughan instinctively nestled her face against Matthew Sterling's chest. Glancing at her, Matthew Sterling looked up, scanning their surroundings, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge her further. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Thomas Grayson hurried back. "Well?" Matthew Sterling inquired, his tone sharp. Thomas Grayson scratched his head, a sheepish look on his face. "Master, I've searched everywhere. Blackthorn Mountain only has 5 caves, but—" Matthew Sterling raised an eyebrow. Seeing this, Thomas Grayson quickly added, "The thing is, those caves, they're all dreadful, truly dreadful." He emphasized his point, as if to prove his sincerity. Anger flashed across Matthew Sterling's face. "Dreadful? Humph, Thomas Grayson, I'm starting to realize you're becoming quite the schemer." "But, Master." Seeing Matthew Sterling's reaction, Thomas Grayson immediately knelt. "Please reconsider. The Vaughan's young mistress has been poisoned by the love blossom, and she still carries the unresolved mouthwater flower poison. We haven't even found the blue essence herb yet. And we should descend the mountain immediately and get help for the Vaughan's young mistress. Thomas Grayson, you dare order me around?" Matthew Sterling's voice was ice-cold, his face like a frozen mask. "I wouldn't dare." Thomas Grayson bowed his head. "Master, your own health is already fragile. Now, with the Vaughan's young mistress to consider, this situation could become very serious. You must think carefully." Silence. Matthew Sterling looked away, his patience clearly wearing thin. "Take me to the nearest cave." Thomas Grayson froze. "Master." Matthew Sterling ignored him. Thomas Grayson sighed, shook his head, and stood up, leading the way. It turned out there was a cave less than 100 meters away, large enough to hold 40 or 50 people. Matthew Sterling said nothing, simply carrying Catherine Vaughan inside. "Prepare a fire." After instructing Thomas Grayson, Matthew Sterling carried Catherine Vaughan deeper into the cave. Thomas Grayson didn't dare disobey, hurrying out of the cave to gather firewood. In the depths of the cave, where darkness reigned, Matthew Sterling walked until he reached the very back and stopped. Cold, so cold. Catherine Vaughan clung tightly to Matthew Sterling, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I'm so cold, help, help." Sweat soaked her clothes, yet she still shivered, a clear sign that the poison had reached her vital organs and would soon take hold. Shifting his hold, Matthew Sterling cradled her with one arm and with the other, produced a fire striker. With a deft flick of his wrist, 3 sconces appeared on the cave wall. Instantly, the cave was bathed in light. "Young master, I've returned." Thomas Grayson stood at the cave entrance, not venturing inside. "Wait outside the cave." Finding a clean spot, Matthew Sterling removed his outer robe, spread it on the ground, and gently placed Catherine Vaughan upon it. Only after ensuring her comfort did he leave the cave. Thomas Grayson, having started a fire at the cave's mouth, promptly rose upon seeing Matthew Sterling emerge. "Young master. Is there a spring nearby?" Matthew Sterling bent to gather firewood. Thomas Grayson moved to assist, but was stopped. "Yes. Halfway up the mountain, there's a spring. The water is warm, clear, and sweet." "Good." Carrying the firewood into the cave, Matthew Sterling instructed, "Fetch some water from the spring." "Yes, sir." Matthew Sterling built a fire in the center of the cave. Once it burned steadily, he carried Catherine Vaughan, who lay deep within, closer to the warmth. Noticing the jagged rocks within the cave, he searched for dry grass, creating a thick bed before placing Catherine Vaughan upon it. Lying on the soft grass, Catherine Vaughan gradually regained consciousness. Who are you?" Matthew Sterling's lips twitched, ignoring her question. Catherine Vaughan gazed at the distant fire, then at Matthew Sterling, her voice slightly sluggish, help me closer to the fire. I'm so cold. Without waiting for a response, she sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Matthew Sterling froze, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts, before finally carrying Catherine Vaughn closer to the fire. Catherine Vaughn leaned against Matthew Sterling, still appearing disoriented, yet acutely aware of the comforting warmth. Chapter 23, Master, you're too hasty. From a very young age, she had longed for this warmth. Observing Catherine Vaughn's contented smile as she nestled against him, Matthew Sterling's usually impassive face showed a flicker of confusion. He couldn't decipher her intentions. I'm thirsty. He suddenly felt a tug on his clothes from the person in his arms. Matthew Sterling's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of panic on his face. Catching him off guard, Catherine Vaughn leaned in and kissed him. So sweet. Her kiss deepened, becoming increasingly insistent, evolving from a gentle touch to a fervent, almost ravenous exploration. An unspoken intimacy filled the air between them. Cough, cough. Matthew Sterling abruptly pushed Catherine Vaughn away. Catherine Vaughn froze, genuinely startled by his reaction. Miss. Matthew Sterling looked into Catherine Vaughn's wide, blue eyes, now filled with fear. Her vulnerable appearance left him speechless. Later, when we go up the mountain, be obedient. Don't touch anything without permission, understand? Catherine Vaughn's quiet docility seemed to have an effect on him, his tone unusually patient. What's wrong? Catherine Vaughn pursed her lips a few times, her small face looked at Matthew Sterling with grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. I want to drink water, bad guy, give me water. Matthew Sterling felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He never expected to encounter a woman like this. A woman, fierce, timid, yet strangely cunning. Young master, I've brought the water. Thomas Grayson scratched his head, truly baffled by his master's sudden impatience. He thought back to that year. No, all these years, hadn't his master always exercised remarkable restraint? Why, just during the time it took him to fetch water, had his master lost control? Yes. Matthew Sterling replied softly, his tone making it difficult to discern his current mood. Thomas Grayson stood frozen, not daring to move. Matthew Sterling stepped forward, took the water jug from him, and walked out of the cave. Young master, forgive my bluntness, but you really should exercise a bit more restraint. A man, especially one of your noble standing. A cold glance from Matthew Sterling silenced Thomas Grayson instantly. Matthew Sterling remained silent, and Thomas Grayson knew better than to speak. After a moment of this silent standoff, Thomas Grayson, fidgeting uncomfortably, spoke again. Young master, this matter could be big or small. If something happened between you and Miss Vaughn, you must take responsibility for her. Not to mention, we don't yet fully understand Miss Vaughn's character and virtues. We can't guarantee that she won't harbor resentment after learning your true identity. A brilliant and valiant man like you, with such extraordinary charisma. Another glare from Matthew Sterling shut Thomas Grayson up. Who let her stay in the manor for half a month? Who insisted on bringing her to Blackthorn Mountain? Who ate all her rations, and who told me to help her detoxify the cow twee flowers poison? Thomas Grayson, tell me, who did all these things? Thomas Grayson forced a laugh. Young master, you and Miss Vaughn knew each other beforehand, and you were the one who chivalrously saved her. I just thought that she was a bit different, that being by your side would be quite meaningful. But I absolutely didn't have any other intentions. He swore, he only wanted Miss Vaughn and his master to have some fun, just some playful banter, nothing involving excessive physical contact. A little kissing is good for the body and soul, but going too far is detrimental. Matthew Sterling chuckled coldly. You think a man and a woman can be together and have any other intentions? Thomas Grayson was completely dumbfounded. What did his master mean? Love at first sight? No, he must restrain himself. Such a profound matter as intimacy between a man and a woman cannot be taken lightly. Young master, think carefully, don't be rash. There are plenty of other good women. Thomas Grayson felt like crying. His master was no ordinary man. Matters concerning women couldn't be handled carelessly. Before, he really just wanted them to have some fun. Get back to the manor for me. Matthew Sterling couldn't stand his mournful demeanor. I won't go. If I go, something will happen. Miss Vaughn. Miss Vaughn is not suitable. Thomas Grayson, do you want to return to the Imperial City? Young master, please don't. Thomas Grayson dropped to his knees with a thud. In the end, of course, Thomas Grayson, weeping and wailing, took 3 steps, looked back, and, reluctantly, descended the mountain. Could it be that his master would lose his virginity today? Husband, where are you going? As soon as Matthew Sterling entered the mountain cave, Catherine Vaughn pounced on him, embracing him tightly. Husband, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. Catherine Vaughn wriggled her body, burrowing into his embrace. Matthew Sterling ignored her, directly scooping her up into his arms. She didn't recognize anyone now, and there might be something interesting later. He set her down on the soft grass, looking directly at her. Catherine Vaughn stared at him with naked eyes, her face full of lust, as if she wanted to strip him bare and devour him, leaving nothing but bones. At this moment, she didn't know who she was, nor did she know who the man in front of her was. She only felt the lust boiling within her, about to erupt. Subconsciously, she felt she had to be gentle, so that the man in front of her would willingly satisfy her. She was a good person, a seductive woman with charm. This man definitely wanted to pin her down. It must be so. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Matthew Sterling sat beside her, holding a blade of grass, his demeanor casual. Catherine Vaughn instinctively licked her lips. You are my man. After saying that, she even let out 2 giggles, thinking she was being adorable. Ha! Catherine Vaughn's eager reply clearly amused him. In a moment, your body will undergo a transformation. If you don't release it, you will die. He looked at her, then hesitated. So, you have to endure a little while longer, and I will help you. Help me. Help me take off my clothes. At this point, Catherine Vaughn was consumed by lust, completely ignoring the previous statement about her impending death. Matthew Sterling looked at her for a moment, then nodded, yes. Then come on. Matthew Sterling's words made Catherine Vaughn even more excited. Huh. Take off your clothes, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up, let's take off our clothes, let's do it, actually. Catherine Vaughn, with a hint of shyness, whispered into Matthew Sterling's ear, I can't hold back anymore. I want you. Want you. These 3 words instantly ignited the fire within him, the previously suppressed desire erupting fiercely. Matthew Sterling clenched his fists, looking at Catherine Vaughn, who had lost all reason. Let's hurry up a bit, okay? Catherine Vaughn looked at Matthew Sterling coquettishly. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she took the initiative to undress herself. Quick, hurry up, I really can't hold back anymore, I want to devour you, leaving nothing but bones, If Catherine Vaughn could see what she looked like now, she would probably be startled by her own lascivious appearance and shining eyes. Matthew Sterling didn't stop her, and soon, Catherine Vaughn had removed all her clothes. Matthew Sterling narrowed his deep blue eyes at Catherine Vaughn. Catherine Vaughn pulled Matthew Sterling's hand, come on, these are all yours, come on. Matthew Sterling slightly narrowed his eyes, neither moving nor speaking, just silently watching Catherine Vaughn. Chapter 24, come on, save her, what are you doing? Are you going to move or not? Hurry up. Catherine Vaughn tugged at Matthew Sterling's hand, her voice laced with impatience. Matthew Sterling, are you even a man? Darling, do something. Catherine Vaughn's eyes were bloodshot, her cheeks flushed an unnatural crimson. Hurry up, I feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Catherine Vaughn suddenly sat up, gripping Matthew Sterling's shoulders, shaking him forcefully. Come on, don't you like this? Strange sensations surged through her body, intensifying with each wave, like countless ants gnawing at her insides. Why wasn't the man beside her moved? Was he so heartless, wanting to watch her suffer to death? Kill him. Malice roared within her. Catherine Vaughn wanted to kill him, to kill this bastard who wouldn't lift a finger to help. With that thought, Catherine Vaughn suddenly lowered her head and bit hard into Matthew Sterling's neck. Matthew Sterling groaned softly, but remained motionless. A stream of sweet, metallic blood flowed onto her tongue, then slowly trickled from the corner of her lips. The moment the blood entered her system, Catherine Vaughn's face contorted in pain. She recoiled. Ack! Her body crashed to the ground, a scream ripping from her throat. Who are you? Catherine Vaughn's eyes, narrowed in fear, fixed on the man before her. Matthew Sterling casually wiped his neck and stood up. You're inside Catherine Vaughn. You best behave yourself. Catherine Vaughn froze, then burst into laughter. Ha, behave. What if I don't? Lord Sterling, do you think an ordinary woman could withstand this bone-deep enchantment? Heh, Lord Sterling, you're just as the rumors say, cold and heartless, but you care about this woman's purity, don't you? Catherine Vaughn, now possessed by the charm demon, exuded an alluring aura. Her sole purpose was to absorb Matthew Sterling's yang energy. No one afflicted by this charm poison had ever escaped unscathed. Virgins must surrender their maidenhood, those already deflowered must engage in vigorous intercourse. Otherwise, the afflicted would erupt in festering sores the next day, ultimately dying in agony. The man before her was Matthew Sterling, the most powerful mage in the world. If she could copulate with him, she could absorb his spiritual energy during their union. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Do you really think I'm without recourse? Matthew Sterling's face was impassive as he looked down at Catherine Vaughn, sprawled on the ground, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. The charm demon recognized his deep regard for Catherine Vaughn's body. Lord Sterling, I eagerly await your solution. She finished with a wanton, seductive laugh. Lord Sterling, you must act quickly. Otherwise, I will defile her myself. If I do, even if you copulate with her, it will be useless. With that said, Catherine Vaughn abruptly sat up, turning towards Matthew Sterling. Lord Sterling, look closely, she is still a virgin. Miyu's words grew more seductive, her actions more wanton. I feel uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Miyu loosened her control over Catherine Vaughn, so now the more Catherine Vaughn struggled, the more she could maintain temporary lucidity. No. Finding herself moving towards Matthew Sterling, she instantly felt her face flush, no. But with her body mostly controlled by Miyu, how could she easily let Catherine Vaughn have her way? Little girl, isn't your heart yearning for this man? Your body is very uncomfortable. Isn't it? As long as he helps you, your suffering will disappear. Otherwise, Miyu's chilling laughter made Catherine Vaughn instinctively hug herself tightly. Who are you? Who is talking? Me. I am you, another you, your desire, your wickedness. Hurry, go find him, copulate with him, and you will get what you want. No, it's not like that. Who are you really? Get out of my body. Catherine Vaughn bit her lip hard, her face pale. She didn't know what was happening to her, nor why Matthew Sterling just stood silently in the distance, watching her awkwardly talking to herself like this. Don't want to. Alright, then slowly enjoy this bone-piercing pain, Another chilling laugh echoed. Catherine Vaughan's eyes suddenly widened. Close your eyes. Don't look. She shouted in terror towards Matthew Sterling, don't look, close your eyes. No, don't. Get your hands off me. Get off. Catherine Vaughan yelled, her right hand seemingly uncontrollable, slowly reaching towards her thigh. Is this wench still pure? The desire within her was suddenly unleashed. Let go. Let go. Catherine Vaughan truly didn't want to act so wantonly, but she couldn't control herself. Seeing her hands as if they belonged to someone else, she looked at Matthew Sterling with tear-filled eyes. Please save me, she bit her lip hard, fresh blood slowly trickling down her chin. The pain jolted her nerves, and she forced herself to sit up. Please. I don't want. Catherine Vaughan lay prone on the ground, her posture alluring and provocative. In truth, Catherine Vaughan didn't know that at this moment, Matthew Sterling was also enduring the torment of desire. The day before, because Matthew Sterling had drunk Catherine Vaughan's blood mixed with blue essence herb, the surging desire in his body had been suppressed. Matthew Sterling had thought that after finding the blue essence herb, his desire would be suppressed forever, but this succubus, Catherine Vaughan, had completely dragged him down. In other times, he could have simply endured it, but ever since encountering Catherine Vaughan, first he uncontrollably pleasured himself with her, and now seeing her even more alluring, he could no longer control himself. Matthew Sterling. I don't want. Tears streamed down Catherine Vaughan's cheeks. Never in her life had the eldest daughter been so humiliated, but now. Save me. Her pitiful expression struck a chord within Matthew Sterling. Her life or death shouldn't have concerned him, yet, meeting her gaze, he couldn't look away. Watching Catherine Vaughan's escalating distress ignited a fury within Matthew Sterling. A thought sparked within him, how dare anyone torment someone under his protection? Stop. Matthew Sterling strode towards Catherine Vaughan, scooping her up by the waist with one arm while seizing her wrist with the other, twisting it behind her back. A grimace of pain contorted Catherine Vaughan's face. Lord Sterling is truly soft-hearted. The Me regained control of Catherine Vaughan. A smug, chilling smile played on her lips as she clung tightly to Matthew Sterling's waist. Lord Sterling, you must hurry inside, this young lady is about to expire. Matthew Sterling frowned, raising his hand before striking Catherine Vaughan's back with a resounding thwack. A scream pierced the air as a white figure hurtled towards the corner. Damn you, Matthew Sterling, you, the white figure slowly lifted its head, revealing an old woman glaring at Matthew Sterling with resentment, her face etched with pain. For a woman, you'd resort to forbidden techniques. Matthew Sterling swept Catherine Vaughan into his arms. If you intended to use her against me, you should have anticipated her importance. A cold smile played on his lips. The Me shrieked, her white form dissolving into a wisp of smoke. Matthew Sterling carried Catherine Vaughan to a bed of dried grass. As he prepared to set her down, Catherine Vaughan's eyes fluttered open. She clutched his arm. Catherine Vaughan suddenly embraced him, pulling him close and whispering in his ear. With that, she tilted her head, feigning death. Matthew Sterling observed her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. She hadn't asked, she'd threatened. If he breathed a word of this, she wouldn't let him off. This succubus, a true vixen. Seeing Catherine feigning sleep, he remained silent, lowering his head to capture her lips in a gentle kiss. Catherine instinctively recoiled. Perceiving her movement, amusement flickered in Matthew's eyes. She wanted to escape, but he wouldn't allow it. He murmured against her ear, "There you go again. Shut up. Catherine's face flushed crimson. Who would have thought such a stern and aloof man could utter such vulgar words? Be quiet, stop talking, He silenced her rambling with a kiss. Careful not to crush her, Matthew held Catherine close. As the kiss lulled her toward sleep, he planted a firm kiss on her neck. Ouch. Catherine's eyes fluttered open, clouded with drowsiness. What are you doing? Revenge. With that, Matthew rolled Catherine over, his body pressing down on hers. You're so heavy. Doesn't this woman know when to be quiet and just moan? Large hands embraced her body, lips pressed against her back, kissing every inch. So good. Catherine closed her eyes, a look of pure pleasure washing over her face. His large hands slowly moved to her waist, gently lifting her. The kissing continued, and only when he heard her soft moans did Matthew begin. Ah! Suddenly, Catherine instinctively flinched. Catherine's breathing grew heavier, he held her tightly, sweat dripping from his forehead onto her pearly back. Why haven't you? She was no longer shy, his actions only making her impatient, nothing more. Suddenly, Catherine jolted. Matthew gritted his teeth, enduring. He held her close as Catherine reached back, gripping his arm, crying out. The sensation was overwhelming. He grew increasingly impatient. Catherine, sensing his impatience, suddenly flipped over, finding a surge of strength to push him down. Matthew's eyes narrowed slightly, desire threatening to consume him, his throat bobbing. A seductive smile played on Catherine's lips as she gently bit his lip. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Matthew let out a soft groan. Catherine, also feeling his change, playfully whistled, not bad. With that, she placed her hands on his chest, a gesture that resembled. Matthew instantly tensed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Seeing the shift in his expression, a mischievous, triumphant smile spread across Catherine's small face. So tired, good thing I've been practicing. Catherine felt a surge of pride. Thankfully, her past as a special agent and her regular gym visits made this a relatively easy feat, yet her words were misinterpreted by the man. He shed his previous look of pleasure, now regarding her with cold arrogance. Noticing his expression, Catherine Vaughn playfully slapped his chest. What are you thinking? Be serious. With that, she leaned down and kissed him. Damn, this woman was seducing him. He turned, capturing her lips in a fierce kiss. Catherine Vaughn frowned, this man was too domineering. She stopped, refusing to let him continue kissing her. But it wasn't up to her now. Matthew Sterling gripped her waist tightly. Hey! Refusing to let her refuse. What a beast! Catherine Vaughn collapsed against him, utterly exhausted, while Matthew Sterling remained full of energy. He was overjoyed, feeling that being with Catherine Vaughn was the greatest happiness. He lifted her, placing her gently on the soft grass. When Catherine Vaughn opened her eyes, she murmured, What are you doing? This feels so good. He didn't answer, and Catherine Vaughn reached up, touching his head. Does it hurt? He paused briefly, then continued. His gentleness gradually eased her tension. Gently, please. Covering her face with her hand, she thought, I never imagined, in this situation, that we would, A tearing pain ripped through her, she fought to suppress her reaction. He held her close. I cannot consummate this with you. His voice was low, devoid of warmth. Catherine Vaughn buried her face against his chest, acutely aware of her isolation in this place. As Matthew Sterling tended to her, Catherine Vaughn fell into a deep sleep. Watching her nestled against him, he remained still, eventually drifting off himself. Catherine Vaughn awoke in Matthew Sterling's residence. Catherine, you're finally awake. Seeing her stir, Caleb Foster tossed aside the melon seeds and rushed over. Where am I? Catherine Vaughn sat up, her head swimming, her mind a blank slate. Don't know where you are. Catherine, you're in luck. Now, listen to this. Caleb Foster squeezed onto the edge of the bed as he spoke. Old Man Lee said you were in danger, and Master Sterling saved you. Strange, though, I didn't sense anything when you were in trouble this time. Catherine Vaughn rubbed her forehead, listening to Caleb Foster's chatter. Hey, Master Sterling is quite something. He's not overly warm to others, but not cold either, and he's saved you repeatedly. I wonder if he's married. Even if he is, you could become a concubine. Golden Silkworm pulled out melon seeds, its gossipy nature irrepressible. Catherine Vaughn glared at it. Why is everyone else's spirit beast focused on cultivation, while mine is obsessed with gossip? Did growing up with the Vaughns' gossiping servants rub off on it? Catherine, let me tell you, when Master Sterling brought you back, he was so dashing. Just like that, holding you in his arms. And you, shameless girl, sleeping in his embrace. You looked quite comfortable. 2. Caleb Foster, I'm thirsty. Caleb Foster's chatter triggered some memories for Catherine Vaughn. Hashtag chapter 26, thank your whole family for me, oh, I'll get you some water. Caleb Foster clapped his hands and hopped off the bed. Recalling the previous night, Catherine Vaughn felt a deep sense of shame. Even the slightest movement sent aches through her body. The thought of facing Matthew Sterling filled her with dread. Here, drink this. Ha. Why is this water bitter? Catherine Vaughn grimaced, hating the taste. It has blue essence herb in it. Old Man Lee said it can cure the poison on your face. Drink it all, and your face will heal. Oh. So he had gone to get blue essence herb. She felt utterly useless. It was pointless to dwell on it. If something intimate had happened last night, she could have stayed by his side shamelessly. Thinking about how he had, sigh. Caleb Foster, Catherine Vaughn handed the emptied teacup to Golden Silkworm, pack our belongings. We're leaving shortly. Leaving? Going where? Don't you need young Master Sterling anymore? Catherine Vaughn shot a sideways glance at him, worried I'll be left on the shelf. Deeply worried, actually. You have no spiritual power, no different from a cripple. Lucky you have me. Humph. Well, I thank your entire family. I really want to slap him. How can he be as thick-skinned as her? Golden Silkworm hummed smugly twice and wobbled off to pack. Just then, Thomas Grayson arrived. Miss Vaughn, are you feeling better? Seeing someone arrive, Catherine Vaughn hurriedly got out of bed, but the movement aggravated her leg wound, causing her to cry out softly. Seeing this, Thomas Grayson inwardly groaned, it's over. This young Miss's appearance clearly indicated that something had happened between her and his master last night. Miss Vaughn, what is Caleb Foster doing? Thomas Grayson coughed twice. How was he supposed to ask this awkward question? Many thanks to Mr. Grayson and your young master for your care these past few days. I've obtained the blue essence herb, and the poison on my face now has a cure. Thinking we shouldn't impose on you any further, Caleb Foster is packing, and we'll be taking our leave. Catherine Vaughn spoke with utmost politeness. Leaving? Miss Vaughn, last night you and our young master, ahem. Last night, many thanks to your young master for coming to my rescue, which saved my life. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will certainly repay this life-saving grace. Did you two last night, have a little, incident? Thomas Grayson felt his old face burning. He had likely ruined his young master's chances with the Vaughns for life. Incident? He just killed a white ghoul. We're completely innocent. Nothing happened. Catherine Vaughan widened her bright eyes, lying as if it were the truth. Innocent? Really? My word is gold. Ha, ha, that's wonderful. Miss Vaughan, thank you, thank you. Thomas Grayson repeatedly patted his chest, thanking heaven and earth. Fortunately, his young master had self-control, otherwise, this matter would have been truly difficult to handle. But Thomas Grayson was merely a servant. How could he know that his master hadn't done anything because the young miss had taken the initiative to help him? Catherine Vaughan gave a forced laugh. Like master, like servant. Seeing this man's obvious relief upon learning his master was completely fine, it was as if she were some kind of nymphomaniac, lusting after his master. How ludicrous. Mr. Grayson, is there something wrong with me that pleases you so much? Miss Vaughan gently lifted her hair, stroking it. Miss Vaughan, please don't misunderstand. It's not that you're not good, but truly, it's because our young master has a problem. Oh. Ah, you don't know. Ever since he reached adulthood, our young master has suffered from a strange illness. Every spring, he loses control. Sigh, I wonder if I'll be punished to scrub toilets for revealing my master's private affairs. Can't control what? It's the inability to control the urge to copulate with women. Because our young master is the Lord of Violet Gold Citadel, he can't easily engage in relations with women, otherwise, there will be some undesirable consequences. Just make something up, this young lady doesn't seem too bright anyway. You mean, your young master goes into heat every year, like a dog or cat? Thomas Grayson was rendered speechless by Catherine Vaughan. How could a refined young lady speak so bluntly, although she was spot on? Well, it's pretty much like that. Ha, Catherine Vaughan's expression was filled with scorn and mockery. It's a good thing nothing happened between her and him yesterday. How could she have relations with a man in heat? Wouldn't that make her a dog or cat too? Huh, Mr. Lee, your young master's illness is quite peculiar. Catherine Vaughan suppressed a laugh. It wasn't just peculiar, it was perverse. How could a normal person go into heat seasonally? If that were the case. Mr. Lee, is your young master impotent during other seasons? Cough, she really didn't want to ask so directly, but she really wanted to know. Ahem, how could that be? It's just more intense in the spring. Oh ho 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 ho. Catherine Vaughan bit back a smile, it was truly bizarre. Our young master is a man of self-control. To prevent any unwanted incidents each year, he uses pure sap. It's just that this year, the city ran out of pure sap, so we came here. Blackthorn Mountain has pure sap, why did you come to the Vaughans? Wasn't that a wasted effort? I'm not sure about that either. Our young master travels on a whim, and just so happened to come to the Vaughans, coincidentally saving you. So it was just, on a whim, Catherine Vaughan thought to herself. Matthew Sterling was indeed a strange man. Catherine, I'm finished packing. Thank goodness her dear Caleb Foster had appeared. All right, Caleb Foster, let's go. She turned to Thomas Grayson, Mr. Lee, please inform your young master that we are taking our leave. Catherine Vaughan happily took Golden Silkworm's small hand. What was more wonderful in this world than learning someone else's strange secrets? Of course not. Catherine Vaughan and Golden Silkworm walked out to the courtyard and bumped into Matthew Sterling. Hello, Master Sterling. Knowing his secret, Catherine Vaughan's eyes held a different glint when she saw him again. Matthew Sterling remained calm, his expression composed, neither overly friendly nor distant. Catherine Vaughan approached him, circling him once. He frowned slightly. What was this woman up to? Master Sterling, thank you for saving me yesterday. Oh no, it should be. She leaned close to Matthew Sterling, grinning mischievously. Releasing your floodgates is more accurate. With that, she stepped back, pulling Caleb Foster along. Master Sterling, farewell. This eccentric fellow, may I never see him again. Matthew Sterling didn't reply, coldly watching Catherine Vaughan lead her little beast away from the manor, singing. Ahem, young master, Miss Vaughan is quite lively, isn't she? Matthew Sterling shot him a sideways glance, and Thomas Grayson wisely shut his mouth. She left so lightly, with so much time ahead, we'll meet again someday, seems a bit difficult. Half a month had passed since leaving the Vaughans. Catherine Vaughan kept asking Caleb Foster if he wanted to go back, warning him that they might be beaten again if they did. Chapter 27, you best be careful, don't worry, if they try anything with you again, just bring up Master Sterling. Golden Silkworm spat out a sunflower seed shell, feigning nonchalance. Is he really that powerful? Catherine Vaughan grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from its paws. You don't know, last time he showed up, your old man nearly pissed himself. And that Damien Royce fella, just thinking about those guys is laughable. No way. Matthew Sterling is that powerful. Isn't he just a city lord? Do you even know who he is? The city lord of Violet Gold Citadel. You're such an idiot, do you know where Violet Gold Citadel is? Do you know what kind of status the city lord represents? Golden Silkworm couldn't even be bothered to scorn her. No spiritual power, fine, but to be this ignorant, truly. Just say it plainly, I don't understand. Catherine Vaughan casually spat out a sunflower seed shell, she didn't believe Matthew Sterling was that powerful. If he's so powerful, why does he only have one person with him, and only 4 people in the entire manor? To put it bluntly, if Master Sterling wanted to, he could unify the 4 continents in the blink of an eye. Catherine Vaughan's jaw dropped. Why didn't they say so earlier? She must have accumulated a lot of virtue in her past life to be entangled with such a big shot in this one. Why so surprised? Why didn't you say so earlier? With such a big tree to lean on, not leaning would be a waste. Say what? How was I supposed to know you weren't even as good as your own spirit beast? Sigh, Catherine, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're really hard to marry off. Shut up. And so, amidst Caleb Foster's disdain and Catherine Vaughan's belated regret, they returned to the Vaughans. Sure enough, because Catherine Vaughan had been rescued by Matthew Sterling, she wasn't given a hard time when she returned to the manor. What a bunch of gold diggers. As soon as she got back to her room, before her backside could even warm the seat, Vivian Vaughan arrived with servants in tow. Oh, little sister, your news travels fast. I just got back to my room, and you're already here. Catherine Vaughan hurriedly stood up, greeting Vivian Vaughan with flattery. Vivian Vaughan looked at her healed face and couldn't help but scoff. Catherine Vaughan, why are you back? Didn't City Lord Sterling take you away? Did he find you boring after just a few days and kick you out? Just seeing that face made Catherine Vaughan nauseous. Oh dear, little sister, you care so much about me. Matthew and I are actually just friends, we just seem close because we have a good relationship. She observed Vivian Vaughan's darkening face, her choked silence, and felt a surge of malicious glee. Friend? When did you become acquainted with him? Vivian Vaughan's face darkened as she retorted, on any other day, she would have lashed out with her whip, but Matthew Sterling's presence stayed her hand. Catherine Vaughan didn't answer but laughed. Sister dear, you've already stolen my fiancé, and now you want to steal my friend too? I won't allow it. Catherine Vaughan's voice remained sweet, her expression cheerful, but her words held a sharp edge. No matter how capable you, Vivian Vaughan, are, how could you have possibly become acquainted with Matthew Sterling out of the blue? If he truly cared about a vicious woman like you, he wouldn't have just saved me and left last time. Furthermore, with Matthew Sterling's personality, there's no reason for him to seek out a woman like Vivian Vaughan and invite trouble. I'm better than her. Yes, I am indeed better than her. Vivian Vaughan clenched her fists, a forced smile on her face. Sister, you best watch yourself. Humph, with a venomous little sister like you, I have no choice but to be careful. Catherine Vaughn reached out and stroked Vivian Vaughn's clenched fist. Vivian instinctively recoiled, but Catherine caught her hand. Sister dear, when Matthew Sterling returned, he told me that if anyone in the Vaughns continues to bully others, he won't spare Violet Gold Citadel. He will. She leaned close to Vivian Vaughn's ear and whispered, raise the Vaughns to the ground. Having said that, she chuckled softly. Vivian Vaughn couldn't help but shiver. If Matthew Sterling had uttered such words, their relationship couldn't be merely platonic. That day, Catherine Vaughn had cried and fought with her over Damien Royce, yet now she acted as if nothing had happened. Could it be? She had heard of Matthew Sterling's reputation. Witnessing his actions that day, she knew he was formidable. Catherine Vaughn, you are truly fortunate to have found such a protector. Vivian Vaughn yanked her hand away from Catherine Vaughn, snorted, and casually drew her whip. With a crack, the table before them split in two. Catherine Vaughn pursed her lips. Sister, you see, this table was old anyway. I'll just have father replace it with a new one. Humph. Vivian Vaughn, fuming, glared at Catherine Vaughn before storming off. As soon as she left, Catherine Vaughn collapsed onto a chair. Heaven knew that the words she had just spoken were nothing but a fabrication. She was gambling on whether Matthew Sterling was truly as formidable as rumored. Fortunately, Matthew Sterling hadn't let her down, silencing Vivian Vaughn completely. Vivian Vaughn had to swallow her anger, and news of this incident inevitably spread throughout the household. The Vaughn's eldest miss was acquainted with the Lord of Violet Gold Citadel, their relationship was intimate, and Lord Sterling had even promised to protect her for life. The rumors were embellished and spread like wildfire. Because of these rumors, Catherine Vaughn's status within the Vaughn household immediately rose several notches. Her clothes were made of the finest fabrics, the most delectable dishes were served to her, and her daily necessities were now on par with Richard Vaughn's. She was beloved, and even her mother garnered a greater degree of respect because of it. Humph, in these times, if you lack ability, you gotta find someone who has it and lean on them. Ain't no loss in that. Under Matthew Sterling's protection, Catherine Vaughn lived a carefree life. But those good days didn't last. Due to the upheaval surrounding the engagement between Damien Royce and Catherine Vaughn, King Liam Royce, upon hearing the news, flew into a rage and immediately descended upon the Vaughn's estate. Upon receiving this news, Catherine Vaughn nearly fainted from fright. Caleb Foster hastily caught her, what's the fuss? It's not like the king's gonna eat ya. His brother already agreed, why wouldn't he? Catherine Vaughn's heart trembled, she'd finally had a few peaceful days, and now the king suddenly arrives. It's said he's placed Damien Royce under house arrest. He must be furious, likely intending to punish Vivian Vaughn next. Her husband was stolen, she should be pitied, but ironically, she had Matthew Sterling as her support. Through exaggerated rumors, what if the king thinks she's messing around with Matthew Sterling, hence dumping Damien Royce? What face would she have left? That. Caleb Foster, is there no way to contact Matthew Sterling? Do what? We don't know him, how would we contact him? So there's no way to reach him. Why is her fate so wretched? Heaven truly is a cruel stepmother. When Catherine Vaughn and Caleb Foster arrived at the front hall, they saw the Vaughn family prostrate on the ground. Catherine Vaughn, upon crossing the threshold and seeing the imposing man seated in the main hall, felt her legs give way, and she collapsed to the ground. Bloody hell, have some self-respect. Even if you're faking fear, no need to be so obvious about it. Hashtag chapter 28, can she leave now? Caleb Foster, from behind, kicked her backside. Catherine Vaughn snapped back to reality and scrambled to her feet. Catherine, you don't kneel before the king. Richard Vaughn roared, seeing Catherine Vaughn foolishly standing up. Catherine Vaughn, startled, hurriedly took 2 steps forward. This humble servant, Catherine Vaughn, greets His Majesty. From the throne, Liam Royce slowly withdrew his gaze. You are Catherine. Gulp. Unexpectedly addressed by the king, so intimately at that, Catherine Vaughn felt her legs tremble. With a thud, she knelt. Yo. Your Majesty, I am Catherine. Caleb Foster shot her a disdainful glance, but seeing her kneel, he couldn't very well remain standing. Reluctantly, he knelt alongside Catherine Vaughn. This Catherine Vaughn must have been bullied so much she's developed a reflex, her limbs turned to jelly before anyone with a bit of authority. Haha, rise. Liam Royce chuckled, then stood and approached her, feigning an attempt to help her up. Seeing Liam Royce's courtesy, Catherine Vaughn felt her heart pound in her chest. What kind of act is this? Thinking of the king's brother, Damien Royce, who previously wanted nothing more than to flay her alive. Now, his older brother acts so polite. It's truly suspicious. Catherine, are you truly frightened of me? Liam Royce chuckled, gazing into her wide, sparkling eyes. This young lady had indeed grown up. He recalled their first encounter when she was but a timid child, afraid of meeting people. Back then, she hadn't possessed such beauty. And no, Your Majesty. It's just that, your presence is so august, I'm merely, awestruck. Catherine Vaughn pinched her thigh hard, willing her trembling to cease. Liam Royce offered her a smile before turning to the others. You are all dismissed. Your Majesty, Richard Vaughn looked up, confusion etched on his face. Liam Royce's expression turned glacial. Guards, remove Richard Vaughn and the rest, he commanded, and a nearby guard stepped forward. Before Richard Vaughn could react, guards swarmed in from the doorway, seizing him and the others. Catherine Vaughn stared, utterly bewildered. So, could she leave now? Ahem. Your Majesty, I must take my leave. With that, Catherine Vaughn attempted a swift exit, only to have her wrist caught by him. Your Majesty, Catherine Vaughn froze. Could it be, the king was interested in her? Catherine, I know of Xiaoyan's past actions. You've suffered enough. Liam Royce gently enveloped her small hand in his other hand covering hers in a soothing gesture. Facing such tender intimacy, could it be that Catherine Vaughn and the king had a prior attachment? Catherine Vaughn frantically winked at Caleb Foster. Though she'd inherited Catherine Vaughn's memories, such private matters, she had no knowledge of. Caleb Foster stood impassively beside her, seemingly oblivious. Damn it! What was going on? Your Majesty, I thank you for your concern. The second prince and I were never a match. Now that the engagement is broken, I feel relieved. Catherine Vaughn lowered her head, unable to escape the situation, and forced herself to respond. Xiaoyan is young and prone to mischief. Fortunately, you were unharmed. Liam Royce held her hand. Catherine, do you know who arranged your marriage? No, he led her to a table. Sit. You were young then, with no spiritual power. Your father wished to marry you off to the Western Flesh-Eater Kingdom, but your mother, Shangguan Yuxian, pleaded with me, and so I arranged your betrothal to Xiaoyan. Liam Royce's voice was calm, yet Catherine Vaughn detected a hint of affection in his tone. So he viewed her as a younger sister. At this realization, Catherine Vaughn relaxed. Then why didn't my mother allow me to marry into the Western Flesh-Eater Kingdom? Fool. Their gazes simultaneously shifted towards Caleb Foster, who stood nearby. Caleb Foster, to whom are you referring? The Western Flesh-Eater Kingdom. They lack spiritual awareness and consume living flesh. Marrying you off there would be no different than sending you to be eaten alive. Caleb Foster rolled his eyes at her. What? Catherine Vaughn was stunned. My father, when I was young, wanted to. Liam Royce's lips curved into a smile as he gently grasped her hand. Well, you didn't marry him, did you? His tone was light, almost teasing. Humph. Catherine Vaughn slammed the table, her face furious. A tigress doesn't eat her cubs. I can't believe my own father could be so cruel. Catherine Vaughn's face was tense, her disappointment in Richard Vaughn deepening. But knowing this, she also understood why he had always favored Vivian Vaughn all these years. He never saw her as his real daughter, so how could he love her? Thinking about these things, she felt it was truly unfair to Catherine Vaughn. Was it true that without spiritual power, one wasn't worthy of familial love and romantic love? Catherine. Liam Royce's large hand covered her cheek. Do you know why I'm here? Aren't you here to punish my father? He shook his head, his lips curving slightly upwards. Catherine, will you marry me? Ah. Thump. A gasp of surprise, followed by the thud of a body hitting the floor. Catherine Vaughn sat on the ground, staring blankly at Liam Royce. If she remembered correctly, this was the first time they had met since she regained her memories, wasn't it? When did she go from being an abandoned, unloved daughter to the object of the sovereign's marriage proposal? Such impudence is unacceptable. Liam Royce, a warm smile still on his face, reached out to pull her up, smoothly drawing her into his embrace. Ahem, Caleb Foster coughed awkwardly, turning his face away. Catherine Vaughn's face flushed crimson, this romantic gesture was far too sudden. This was far too stimulating. One moment she feared being struck, the next she was being confessed to. I don't understand. She truly didn't understand, this sovereign's taste seemed rather peculiar. When I met you, you were still young. If I had proposed then, it wouldn't have been proper. Now that you're grown, I can protect you for the rest of your life. Every word from Liam Royce resonated deeply. So, he had been smitten with her since she was a child. However, this affection developed far too quickly, she couldn't quite process it. Catherine Vaughn lowered her head. This happiness was too sudden, she needed to analyze it carefully. Catherine, do you have a beloved yet? Just thinking about what Damien Royce had told him that day caused him to frown slightly. Brother, I broke off the engagement with Catherine Vaughn entirely because she wasn't pure. She already had another man. For the sake of the royal family's reputation, I had no choice but to do so. Catherine, do you have a beloved yet? Liam Royce asked again. This question was too direct. She was a young woman, after all, matters of the heart should be handled with some delicacy. She hesitated. Could it imply she already had another man? That was preposterous. No, Liam Royce was about to raise an eyebrow when a sudden male voice interrupted. Humph, Catherine is quite the liar. She says no, so what am I then? Upon hearing this, Caleb Foster's spirits perked up considerably. He quickly looked at the newcomers. Ooh. This was going to be interesting. Catherine Vaughn and Liam Royce simultaneously looked towards the newcomer. Their reactions diverged sharply, Liam Royce grew wary, while Catherine Vaughn's face was a mask of confusion. Does King Royce have a penchant for stealing what belongs to others? Matthew Sterling strolled forward, a flirtatious smile playing on his lips. Lord Sterling's presence in my mortal sea kingdom is a rare occurrence. Sensing Matthew Sterling's visit boded ill, Catherine Vaughn instinctively pulled away from Liam Royce. Sterling, I thought you'd returned home. What are you still doing here? This man was truly perplexing. Didn't he already have Tontrap? What business did he have at the Vaughn's residence? Without you by my side, where could I possibly call home? Matthew Sterling's tone was teasing, yet a subtle seriousness laced his words. Matthew Sterling's tone was teasing, yet a subtle seriousness laced his words. Hey! Stop being so cryptic. I don't need to be by your side. Catherine Vaughn's words tumbled out. Had he been bitten by a rabid dog? Why this sudden bout of madness? Catherine, your memory is short. That night at the inn, that day in the cave, and now you feign such indifference. Matthew Sterling's words were veiled, yet combined with his suggestive tone, they painted Catherine Vaughan as the heartless one. Liam Royce's brow furrowed. Catherine, is there any truth to his words? Huh. Catherine Vaughan wanted to cry. Seeing Liam Royce's darkening expression, she knew she was doomed. Her dreams of snagging a wealthy benefactor, of clinging to a loaded wallet, were shattered. Matthew Sterling, have you lost your mind? We agreed that after that incident, we were quits. What's the meaning of this? I thought you were the cold, silent type. Now you're putting on this act. What are you trying to achieve? Catherine Vaughan's anxiety made her words tumble out in a rush. No. I didn't mean it like that. She frantically winked at Liam Royce. Nothing happened between us. Why are you here causing such a scene? Damn it. Her words, after that incident, sounded suspiciously like. After we made love. She wanted to weep but had no tears. Oh. Nothing happened. Then pray tell, who bit my lip? Matthew Sterling gestured to the corner of his mouth. Ooh, a bite mark. How passionate. Caleb Foster, never one to shy away from drama, chimed in. Liam Royce's face darkened considerably. How could it not? He, the King of Royce, had envisioned himself as the rescuing hero, only to arrive too late. The damsel, it seemed, was already taken. Caleb Foster, shut your trap. You know nothing, yet you spout nonsense. Catherine Vaughan was truly furious. If Matthew Sterling continued, she wouldn't even be fit to be the king's sister, let alone his wife. This Matthew Sterling was clearly here to sabotage her. What had she done to deserve such malicious intent? Matthew Sterling, stop this charade. There's nothing between us. Even if there were, it was purely mutually beneficial, a matter of convenience. Oh, King Royce, you heard her. We have a connection. Matthew Sterling didn't rush to explain his relationship with Catherine Vaughan. Instead, with a hint of boasting, he shifted the topic to Liam Royce. In that case, I naturally won't compete. Liam Royce clasped his hands, no longer looking at Catherine Vaughan, then turned and left. Your Majesty, it's not like that. Author, it really isn't like that. Even if her virginity was taken, it was only by his finger, so they actually have no relationship at all. Matthew Sterling. Catherine Vaughan yelled fiercely. Matthew Sterling winked at Caleb Foster, and Caleb Foster immediately understood, quickly leaving the room. Caleb Foster, where are you going? Where are you going? Whose bloody bodyguard are you, anyway? One glance from him and you're off. Catherine, what do you want to say? There are no outsiders here, you can speak freely. Matthew Sterling took a step forward, pretending to pull Catherine Vaughan into his arms. Say what? I'll tell you, you bloody bastard. Catherine Vaughan raised her hand to hit him, but unfortunately, Matthew Sterling grabbed her wrist first. Matthew Sterling, you know best what our relationship is. Why are you acting like this now? What are you trying to do? Her anger was genuine, although Liam Royce's confession was a bit abrupt. But she was about to become the nation's first lady, having someone to love her meant she wouldn't be bullied anymore, at least. Yet Matthew Sterling, who had only met her a few times, dared to interfere. Matthew Sterling, we've never met. What's the meaning of this? Never met. Matthew Sterling chuckled, his voice low. Catherine, do you know what never met means? We slept together, did everything we should have done. You think that's called never met? Humph, get away from me. Catherine Vaughan pushed him irritably. You're a rutting beast in springtime, and I'm just a normal person. You couldn't even get it in. So, you think we're going to have a relationship now? Sorry, even though you deflowered me with your finger, even if you properly slept with me, I wouldn't have feelings for you. This time, she was truly furious. Matthew Sterling's previous attitude had already annoyed her, and now he was acting like, "You slept with me, so you have to take responsibility," really making her grind her teeth. "So, please stay away from me." Hearing her words, Matthew Sterling felt a surge of anger welling up in his chest. He, the esteemed lord of Violet Gold Citadel, came to this tiny place only to be scolded by a little woman. He must be either a fool or a madman. A madman, to hear that Liam Royce had come to the Vaughns, think she was in danger, and rush over here regardless of everything. "Matthew Sterling, this is Golden Empire territory. You'd best leave." Catherine Vaughn turned away, refusing to look at him. "Catherine Vaughn, do you know, you're the first woman who dared to yell at me." "So what? If you don't leave, I'll be the first woman to hit you." Catherine Vaughn spun around angrily, raising her fist at him. Matthew Sterling caught her small fist and pulled her closer. "Hey! You're also the first woman I've been intimate with." He whispered in her ear, his voice low and seductive, his actions suggestive. Boom! Catherine Vaughn's face suddenly flushed crimson. That was unavoidable." She struggled, trying to escape his hold, but Matthew Sterling's grip tightened, showing no intention of letting go. Finally, he pulled her forcefully into his embrace, lifting her chin. "Let me tell you this, from now on, you are Matthew Sterling's woman." "What? If you have any difficulties, any problems, come to me to resolve them. You just need to feel secure behind me." Matthew Sterling's domineering tone was a far cry from the cold and arrogant man he had been before. What are you thinking?" Catherine Vaughn truly didn't want to see him lose control any further, struggling fiercely, but unexpectedly, Matthew Sterling suddenly covered her mouth. This time, his kiss was unusually domineering, their lips and teeth entangled. Because Catherine Vaughn struggled so vigorously, Matthew Sterling held her tightly, sucking on her tongue, nibbling her lips. Chapter 30, "You are my woman." This damned woman, he had confessed his feelings, and she still rejected him like this. She had only met Liam Royce once, yet she willingly let him embrace her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ouch! That hurts. Catherine Vaughn's eyes heated up, instantly turning red-rimmed. Matthew Sterling's kiss was so urgent that she lost control for a moment. After regaining some composure, she cupped his face and bit hard on his lip, drawing blood. The metallic tang of blood immediately filled their mouths. Matthew Sterling groaned softly and released her lips. Slap! Catherine Vaughn immediately slapped him hard across the face. "You bastard, I'm flesh and blood, you'll crush me with that force." Catherine Vaughn, like a shrew, rubbed herself without any semblance of grace. Seeing her actions and pained expression, Matthew Sterling immediately realized he had been too forceful. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Hey! Don't move." He held her with one arm. Never having done this with anyone else, his grip was clumsy. Pfft. So this guy is a virgin. Matthew Sterling, the proper distance between men and women should be maintained. What you're doing is against all moral principles, let go. Catherine Vaughn's face flushed crimson. Sooner or later, this man would be the death of her from exasperation. "You are my woman." That one sentence made Catherine Vaughn so furious she could spit blood. Wasn't he supposed to be incredibly arrogant, incredibly cold, and supremely indifferent to others? How could he become so clingy and lovesick after only half a day apart? "I'll say it again, there's nothing between you and me." Damn it, doesn't he have any other moves besides kissing? Has he never kissed a woman before? Well, indeed, Matthew Sterling, at his age, besides his own lips touching each other, Catherine Vaughn was the first woman to steal his first kiss. He had claimed her. After a long kiss, Catherine Vaughn's body felt somewhat weak. Matthew Sterling's arms held her tightly. Ah! Catherine Vaughn, how could you do such a shameful thing? Just as Catherine Vaughn wanted to push Matthew Sterling away, Vivian Vaughn unexpectedly entered, happening upon their intimate scene. It's not what you think. Before she could finish, Matthew Sterling lifted her up, carrying her like a princess. Catherine Vaughn, you. Vivian Vaughn wanted to scold her further, but seeing Matthew Sterling's icy gaze, she swallowed her words. The Lord, along with Father and everyone else, are in the garden. You should come quickly. Having said that, Vivian Vaughn stomped her foot hard before reluctantly leaving. Looking at Vivian Vaughn's frustrated anger, Catherine Vaughn felt incredibly refreshed. What could be more satisfying than putting a hateful person in their place? Matthew Sterling, did you fall in love with me at first sight? After thinking for a while, Catherine Vaughn felt she needed to ask clearly. Matthew Sterling looked at her for a moment, then nodded. Catherine Vaughn pursed her lips, her arms embracing his neck. Is it because I'm the first woman you've been intimate with that you fell in love with me at first sight? This time, Matthew Sterling didn't answer immediately. No answer. Or doesn't he know how to answer? I don't know how to say it either. I didn't need to go to the Vaughns for the blue essence herb, yet I did. I didn't intend to bring you to Blackthorn Mountain, yet I did. I never thought about detoxifying you, but in the end, I couldn't control myself. Hearing him, a feeling of joy surged within Catherine Vaughn. Was this love at first sight? The connection between a man and a woman was truly wondrous. Love me, but there's a price. Catherine Vaughn was definitely someone who knew how to seize an opportunity. Although she didn't love Matthew Sterling yet, if a man actively loved her, why not give it a try? In this lonely world, finding a companion was a good thing. If you love me, you can only be mine. Catherine Vaughn looked at him, speaking seriously. No matter the era, a man can have multiple wives and concubines, but you can only have me as your wife. If I ever discover you've been unfaithful, I won't be lenient. Her familiar strong demeanor returned. If she had the upper hand, she would maintain control. Smooch. Hey. Why did you kiss me without answering? Catherine Vaughn slapped his shoulder. He was truly a lecher. From now on, you can only belong to me. Matthew Sterling looked at her. I belong to you as well. Hearing his last words, a smile played on Catherine Vaughn's lips. Her arms tightened around his neck. In this era of bloodshed, to have someone love her like this, had she stumbled upon a treasure? The two lingered for a while before leaving the room and heading to the garden. Upon arriving at the garden, everyone was indeed waiting for them. Catherine, you impudent girl, how dare you be with Lord Sterling? Richard Vaughn's face turned crimson. After hearing Vivian Vaughn's account, he felt utterly humiliated before Liam Royce. Catherine Vaughn was about to reply when Matthew Sterling pulled her behind him. Patriarch Vaughn, from now on, Catherine is my woman. What? What? Do you have objections, Patriarch Vaughn? Matthew Sterling stood tall, his imposing presence radiating an inherent nobility. It was said that Lord Sterling of Violet Gold Citadel, Matthew Sterling, was the reincarnation of an ancient god of war, his divine and spiritual power unmatched. Who was Richard Vaughn to confront such a formidable figure? Lord Sterling, you are aware that Fiend High and Violet Gold Citadel have no history of intermarriage, are you not? Liam Royce's face was grim. Then today, I will make an exception. Catherine Vaughn felt a surge of emotion. Standing behind him, clutching his robes, she finally had someone to rely on. Catherine, what are your intentions? Unable to sway Matthew Sterling, Liam Royce turned to Catherine Vaughn. Facing. The question put Catherine Vaughn in a difficult position. If she agreed and Matthew Sterling treated her poorly later, she wouldn't be able to live peacefully in Fiend High. However, Matthew Sterling's words. As she hesitated, Matthew Sterling pulled her into his embrace. What I say is what Catherine wants to say. Surely, King Royce wouldn't resort to threatening a woman. Matthew Sterling's face remained amiable, but his words were sharp. Lord Sterling, if you are so certain of Catherine's affections for you, why not let her speak? Liam Royce sneered, Catherine and I have known each other since childhood. Can Lord Sterling say the same? Catherine Vaughan's heart constricted at Liam Royce's words, a bitter taste rising in her throat. If Liam Royce had cared for her since childhood, why would he have married her off to Damien Royce? Damien Royce was his own brother. Could he have been unaware of his brother's character? In this era where spiritual power and authority reigned supreme, who could be truly sincere? Her soul had transmigrated into Catherine Vaughan's body. Where was the original Catherine Vaughan? Hadn't she been bullied to death by the Vaughans? Catherine Vaughan leaned against Matthew Sterling, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. She didn't know what she was to Matthew Sterling, but she knew he could at least offer her protection. Who knew what the future held? She would take things one step at a time. If he was sincere, perhaps her fortunes had changed. Must King Royce press such hurtful matters? Catherine Vaughan is mine in this life, and she will be mine in the next. I urge King Royce to relinquish his futile hopes, lest he escalate the conflict between our nations. Matthew Sterling smiled, the threat in his words unmistakable. To vie for a woman with him, Matthew Sterling, one had to consider their own standing. Richard Vaughan paled at Matthew Sterling's words. He couldn't believe his useless daughter had anything to offer that would attract such attention. Vivian Vaughan, though not remarkably beautiful, possessed a keen intellect. She should have been the one everyone desired. Liam Royce clenched his fist. The Golden Empire and Violet Gold Citadel had always been on good terms, yet today, Matthew Sterling was willing to wage war for Catherine. He couldn't quite understand these two. Humph, Matthew Sterling chuckled softly. A word of advice, Your Majesty, it's best not to try and second-guess my thoughts. Liam Royce froze. Mind reading. In a mere instant, Matthew Sterling had grasped his inner thoughts. It seems Lord Sterling's feelings for Catherine are genuine. Then I entrust Catherine to your care, Lord Sterling. Should any harm befall her, I, Liam Royce, will mobilize my forces to ensure her safety. Hearing these words, Catherine Vaughan felt a surge of emotion, tears threatening to spill. In her 20-odd years, she had never known love or protection. To suddenly have two men vowing to protect her for life, how could she not be moved? Your Majesty, Catherine Vaughan is promiscuous. While betrothed to the second Prince Royce, she seduced another man. Can she be charged with infidelity? Vivian Vaughan suddenly knelt before Liam Royce, her expression earnest. Seeing Vivian Vaughan trying to sabotage her, Catherine Vaughan couldn't help but scoff. This sister of hers truly couldn't stand to see her happy. Wherever there was good fortune, she had to twist it into misfortune. Richard Vaughan, unable to stop Vivian Vaughan, felt a pang of frustration. His daughter possessed exceptional spiritual power, but her mind was so foolish. Couldn't she read the room, even now? Liam Royce glanced at her, saying nothing. In 10 days, I will bring Catherine home. If I hear any further insults directed at my wife, I will show no mercy. Matthew Sterling gently stroked Catherine Vaughan's back, as if to comfort her. His tone was domineering, and his words hung heavy in the air, silencing everyone. Hey! Catherine Vaughan was startled by his words. She hadn't expected Matthew Sterling to have such progressive ideas. Wasn't this the legendary shotgun wedding? Catherine Vaughan clutched his arm, whispering, What are you saying? This man was a bit too enthusiastic.